Chapter 29 of the History of Burke and Hare and the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 29. Lecture on Burke's Body, Riot among the Students, Excitement in Edinburgh, the Public Exhibition, Dissection of the Body of the Murderer, Phrenological Developments of Burke and Hare. It was certainly a strange conclusion to the Westport tragedies that the man who had been so active a participant in them, and who had assisted in supplying so many subjects for dissection, should himself after death, a death also by strangulation, become a subject of more than ordinary interest. Not only was that the case, but the public exhibition of the body, while it may be regarded as being in a sense an act of retributive justice, displays a certain amount of barbarity of feeling and sentiment, which is difficult to believe could have existed in this country so short a time ago as 50 years. The rapid advance made by all classes during that period is generally admitted, but it should be borne in mind in reference to the events now about to be described, that only a few years ago public executions were common, and that the change in the manner caused among certain classes some little irritation. The propriety of having executions in private is now fully and freely acknowledged, but having regard to the comparatively recent change, we should not look upon our respective fathers and grandfathers as altogether barbarous. But passing from the line of thought suggested by the events that followed Burke's execution, the thread of the narrative may be continued. The body, as already stated, was conveyed from the scaffold to the lock-up, and there it remained until the next morning. It was expected it would be taken to the college during the day, and a large crowd surrounded the building. The motive of the people may have been simple curiosity, but the authorities, being afraid the rougher part of the crowd, if they obtained an opportunity, might seize the body and treat it with scant respect, deemed it proper to delay the removal until such time as it could be done with safety. This was done early on Thursday morning, when the excited populace was asleep. The body was laid out on a table, and several eminent scientists, among them Mr. Liston, Mr. George Combe, Sir William Hamilton, and Mr. Joseph, the sculptor, who took a cast for a bust, examined it before the students began to gather. Leighton, who seems to have seen the body, says it was that of a thick-set, muscular man, with a bull neck, great development about the upper parts, with immense thighs and calves so full as to have the appearance of globular masses. The countenance, as we saw it, was very far from being placid, as commonly represented, if you could not have perceived easily that there remained upon it the bitter expression of the very scorn with which he had looked upon that world which pushed him out of it, as having in his person to face the image of his Maker. He supplements this by a sentence from the notes of another eyewitness. He, Burke, was one of the most symmetrical men I ever saw, finely developed muscles and finely formed, of the athlete class. Dr. Monroe, in the afternoon of the day the body was removed to the college, gave a lecture upon it, and for this purpose the upper part of the head was sawn off, and the brain exposed. The brain was described as being unusually soft, but it was pointed out that a peculiar softness was by no means uncommon in criminals who had suffered the last penalty of the law. While this lecture was going on, a large number of students had assembled in the quadrangle of the college, and clamored for admission. Those who were entitled to be present at the class, opening at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, were provided with tickets, but owing to the greatness of the crowd, it was with the utmost difficulty that these could be made available, even with the assistance of the police. At last all the ticket holders were admitted, and then the doors were thrown open to as many of the other students as the room would accommodate. Many, however, were left outside. The lecture began at the regular hour, but the nature of the subject caused it to extend over 2 hours instead of the usual time. Meanwhile, the crowd in the quadrangle had grown so unruly that a strong body of police had to be called to preserve order. Instead of keeping the youths in awe, this display of force rather exasperated them, and they made several attempts to overpower the constables. In the course of the struggle, the glass in the windows of the dissecting room was destroyed. The police had to use their staves, and many of the combatants on both sides were injured, some of them rather seriously. The Lord Provost and Baillie Small, the college baillie, put in an appearance, thinking their presence would have a salutary effect, but they were glad to retire with whole bones under the abuse that was showered upon them. The disturbance continued until 4 o'clock, when Professor Christensen came to the rescue. He intimated that he had arranged for the admission of the young men in bands of 50 at a time, and had given his own personal guarantee for their good behavior. This was an appeal to their honor, which is always found to be effectual with a crowd of students, however riotously inclined, and in the present instance the youths cheered the professor lustily. The tumult ceased, and some of the ringleaders, who had been apprehended by the police, were liberated on their parole by the magistrates. The students were thus pacified, but it was far otherwise with the city mob. There had been a restlessness throughout Edinburgh all day, and it was threatened that unless the public were admitted to view the corpse, an attack would be made on the college, and the remains of the murderer taken out and torn to pieces. The manner in which the students had gained their end was quite after the mind of the discontents, and in their case it was, owing to greater numbers, likely to be more quickly successful. The magistrates were in a quandary, but they came to the conclusion that it would be better to have a public view, and in this way endeavor to allay the tumultuous spirit that was abroad. Accordingly, they sent out scouts among the crowds that thronged the streets to intimate their decision, and by this means the people were induced to return home. Those who witnessed the scene at the College of Edinburgh on Friday, the 30th January, 1829, would never readily forget it. The magistrates and the university authorities had made the most elaborate preparations for exhibiting the body of Burke. It was placed naked on a black marble table in the anatomical theatre, and a through passage was arranged for the accommodation of the visitors. The upper part of the skull, which had been sawn off for the purposes of the lecture on the preceding day, was replaced, and to the uninitiated it was unlikely that what was apparently a slight scar would be much noticed. The spectacle, says Leighton, who saw it, was sufficiently ghastly to gratify the most epicurean appetite for horrors. There was as yet no sign of corruption, so that the death pallor, as it contrasted with the black marble table, showed strongly to the inquiring and often revolting eye, but the face had become more blue, and the shaved head, with marks of blood not entirely wiped off, rather gave effect to the grin into which the features had settled at the moment of death. However inviting to lovers of this kind of the picturesque, the broad chest that had lain with deadly pressure on so many victims, the large thighs and round calves indicating so much power, it was the face embodying a petrified scowl, and the wide staring eyes, so fixed and spectre-like, to which the attention was chiefly directed. It was to this sight that the people crowded the streets of the old town of Edinburgh, and made it appear as if the occasion were one of general holiday. The doors of the Anatomy Theatre were thrown open at 10 o'clock in the forenoon, and from that hour until dusk the crowd streamed through the narrow passage in front of the body at the rate it was calculated of 60 per minute, so that the total number who viewed it this way was about 25,000. The crowd was composed for the most part of men, though some 7 or 8 women pressed in among the rest, but they were roughly handled by the male spectators, and had their clothing torn. Notwithstanding this extraordinary number, there were still many who did not obtain admittance, and in the hope that the exhibition would be continued on the Saturday, many returned to the college next day. But to their great disappointment they were refused admission. This was Burke's last appearance. An informant of Leighton gives the following interesting notice of the subsequent treatment of the body of the murderer. After this exhibition, Burke was cut up and put in pickle for the lecture table. He was cut up in quarters, or rather portions, and salted, and with a strange aptness of poetical justice, put into barrels. At that time an early acquaintance and schoolfellow was assistant to the professor, and with him I frequently visited the dissecting room, when calling on him at his apartments in the college. He is now a physician in the Carse of Gowrie. He showed me Burke's remains, and gave me the skin of his neck and of the right arm. These I had tanned, the neck brown and the arm white. The white was as pure as white kid, but as thick as white sheepskin, and the brown was like brown tanned sheepskin. It was curious that the mark of the rope remained on the leather after being tanned. Of that neck leather I had a tobacco doss made, and on the white leather of the right arm I got Johnston to print the portraits of Burke and his wife and Hare, which I gave to the noted antiquarian and collector of curiosities, Mr. Fraser, jeweler, and it was in one of his cases for many years, may be still if he is still alive. Burke's body was thus destroyed, but the qualities which were denoted by the developments of his head gave rise to an excited discussion between phrenologists and their opponents. Combe, the apostle of phrenology, and Sir William Hamilton, the metaphysician, with their followers, waged a terrible war of words over the conclusions to be drawn from the measurements of Burke's head. This is not the place to review the discussion, but in view of the importance of the question, an estimate of the phrenological development of Burke, published at the time, may be quoted. The account reads thus: Phrenological development of Burke. Circumference of the head, 22.1 inches. From the occipital spine to lower individuality, 7.7 inches. From the ear to lower individuality, 5 inches. From ditto to the center of philoprogenitiveness, 4.8 inches. From ditto to firmness, 5.4 inches. From ditto to benevolence, 5.7 inches. From ditto to veneration, 5.5 inches. From ditto to conscientiousness, 5 inches. From destructiveness to destructiveness, 6.125 inches. From cautiousness to cautiousness, 5.3 inches. From ideality to ideality, 4.6 inches. From acquisitiveness to acquisitiveness, 5.8 inches. From secretiveness to secretiveness, 5.7 inches. From combativeness to combativeness, 5.5 inches. Amativeness, very large. Philoprogenitiveness, full. Concentrativeness, deficient. Adhesiveness, full. Combativeness, large. Destructiveness, very large. Constructiveness, moderate. Acquisitiveness, large. Secretiveness, large. Self-esteem, rather large. Love of approbation, rather large. Cautiousness, rather large. Benevolence, large. Veneration, large. Hope, small. Ideality, small. Conscientiousness, rather large. Firmness, large. Individuality, upper, moderate. Ditto, lower, full. Form, full. Size, ditto. Weight, ditto. Color, ditto. Locality, ditto. Order, ditto. time deficient, number full, tune moderate, language full, comparison full, casuality rather large, wit deficient, imitation full. The above report, it may be necessary to observe, was taken a few hours after the execution. In consequence of the body having been thrown on its back, the integuments, not only at the back of the head and neck, but at the posterior lateral parts of the head, were at the time extremely congested, for in all cases of death by hanging, the blood remaining uncoagulated invariably gravitates to those parts which are in the most depending position. Hence there was a distension in this case over many of the most important organs, which gave, for example, amativeness, combativeness, destructiveness, etc., an appearance of size which never existed during life, and on the other hand made many of the moral and intellectual organs seem in contrast relatively less than they would otherwise have appeared. In this state, a cast of the head was taken by Mr. Joseph, but although for phrenological purposes it may do very well, yet no measurement, either from the head itself in that condition, or a cast taken from it, can afford us any fair criterion of the development of the brain itself. We know that this objection applies to the busts of all the murderers which adorn the chief pillars of the phrenological system, and in no case is it more obvious than in the present. Our able professor, Dr. Monroe, gave a demonstration of the brain to a crowded audience on Thursday morning, the day before the public exhibition of the body, and we have, from the best authority, been given to understand it presented nothing unusual in its appearance. We have heard it asserted that the lateral lobes were enormously developed, but having made inquiry on this subject, we do not find they were more developed than is usual. As no measurement of the brain itself was taken, all reports on this subject must be unsatisfactory. Nor could the evidence of an eyewitness in such a matter prove sufficient to be admitted as proof either in favor of or against phrenology. The question which naturally arises is, whether the above developments correspond with the character of Burke. It is not our intention to enter into any controversy on this subject, yet we cannot help remarking that it may be interpreted, like all the developments of a similar kind, either favorably or unfavorably for phrenology, as the ingenuity or prejudice of any individual may influence him. We have the moral organs more developed certainly than they ought to have been, but to this it is replied that Burke, under the benign influences of these better faculties, lived upwards of 30 years without committing any of those tremendous atrocities which have so paralyzed the public mind. He is neither so deficient in benevolence nor conscientiousness as he ought to have been, phrenologically speaking, and these organs, which modified and gave respectability to his character for as many as 30 years, all of a sudden ceased to exercise any influence, and acquisitiveness and destructiveness, arising like two arch fiends on both sides, leave the state of inactivity in which they had reposed for so long a period, and gain a most unaccountable control over the physical powers under which they had for so many years succumbed. But is the size of the organ of destructiveness in Burke larger than is found in the generality of heads, and are his organs of benevolence and conscientiousness less developed than usual? While dealing with this question of phrenology, it will be interesting to give the phrenological development of Hare, taken the night before his release from prison. From the occipital spine to lower individuality, 7 17/20 inches. From the ear to lower individuality, 4.8 inches. From ditto to the occipital spine, 4.3 inches. From ditto to philoprogenitiveness, 5 inches. From ditto to firmness, 5.7 inches. From ditto to benevolence, 5.4 inches. From ditto to causality, 5 inches. From ditto to comparison, 5.4 inches. Destructiveness to destructiveness, 5 and 19/20 inches. Secretiveness to secretiveness, 5.8 inches. Acquisitiveness to acquisitiveness, 5 and 11/20 inches. Combativeness to combativeness, 5.7 inches. Ear to conscientiousness, 4.5 inches. Ideality to ideality, 5.4 inches. Development. The organ of destructiveness is large in hare, but certainly rather below than above the average size. The organ of acquisitiveness is also large, but its true development cannot be ascertained in consequence of the size of the temporal muscle under which it lies. Secretiveness is large. Benevolence is well developed in proportion to the size of the head. Conscientiousness is full. Cautiousness is large. Combativeness is large. Ideality is very large. Causality is large. Wit is full. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of The History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 30. Hare's position after the trial. Warrant for his commitment withdrawn. Daft Jamie's relatives seek to prosecute. The case before the sheriff and the Lords of Justiciary. Burke's confessions and the current. The Lord Advocate's reasons for declining to proceed against Hare. Pleadings for the parties. From the conclusion of the trial until some time after the execution of Burke, the position of Hare was one of great danger, notwithstanding the protection which his evidence was supposed to have afforded him. After the conviction of his accomplice, he was, it has been seen, recommitted to prison, and for a time it was believed the Lord Advocate was conducting investigations in order to see if he could, by any means, proceed against the informer. The press and the public clamored for the indictment of Hare, for all parties were now convinced that Burke, though undoubtedly guilty of the crime for which he had been condemned, had in many respects been but an instrument in the hands of his wily and more vicious confederate. Some incidents occurred which gave color to the impression that a criminal indictment would be laid against Hare. On the 1st of January, 1829, the Courant informed its readers that towards the end of December a girl, who had at one time acted as a servant to Hare, had been apprehended in Glasgow, whither she had fled on being cited as a witness in Burke's trial, and that her evidence would now probably be used against Hare. This was Elizabeth Mayne, who is mentioned in one of Burke's confessions as Elizabeth Maguire, or Mare. But in addition to the general public, there are two parties who may be said to have had a kind of personal interest in seeing Hare brought to justice. These were Burke and Helen MacDougall. The condemned criminal, it was stated by the Courant, made his first confession before the sheriff more for the purpose of inculpating Hare than with any idea of giving a general view of his crimes. So eager was he to see his late colleague suffer the same punishment as himself, that he offered to give information of circumstances connected with the murder of a woman by Hare in the course of the preceding summer. This was the old matter over which the quarrel occurred. MacDougall also waited on the sheriff on the 27th and 29th of December for the same purpose. Besides these, if the Courant is to be trusted, other witnesses were precognosed, notably several persons who were known to have been in the habit of frequenting Hare's house. But as the police officials had become even more circumspect than ever, not a hint as to the drift of their information was allowed to reach the public. These circumstances show that in addition to considering the legal aspect involved by Hare's protection as an informer, the Lord Advocate had fully inquired into the possibility of putting him on his trial for a crime to which that protection did not apply. His conclusion was that he could do nothing, and it was definitely ascertained by the 15th of January that the commitment obtained by the Crown after the trial would be instantly withdrawn. Every precaution had been taken by the public in view of this contingency, and a subscription had been made to enable the relatives of James Wilson, Daft Jamie, to take up the case as private prosecutors. On the 16th of January, then, a petition was presented to the sheriff, charging Hare with the murder of Daft Jamie, and his lordship granted permission to take precognitions. When Hare was visited by the agent and counsel employed by Mrs. Wilson, the mother of the murdered lad, he refused to answer any questions, and when leaving the room to which he had been taken to be examined, he remarked, with a sardonic laugh, to a person standing near, "They want to hang me, I suppose." This was not, however, sufficient, and Mr. Duncan Menil, as counsel for Hare, on the 20th of January, presented to the sheriff a petition for liberation and for the interdict of the precognitions instituted by the private prosecutors. On the following day, the counsel for both parties were heard, and the sheriff pronounced a decision, in which he said: "In respect that there is no decision, finding that the right of the private party to prosecute is barred by any guarantee or promise of indemnity given by the public prosecutor, refuses the desire of the petition, but in respect of the novelty of the case supersedes further proceeding in the precognition before the sheriff, at the instance of the respondents, the private prosecutors, till Friday next at 7 o'clock, in order that William Hare may have an opportunity of applying to the Court of Justiciary." There was, accordingly, presented to the High Court of Justiciary, on behalf of Hare, a bill of advocation, suspension, and liberation. This was an exceeding long document, setting forth all the circumstances of the case, in which it was pleaded that the case by Mrs. Wilson against the petitioner, who had given evidence against Burke on the assurance that if he made a full disclosure of all he knew relative to the several murders which formed the subject of the inquiry, no criminal proceedings would be instituted against him for any participation or guiltiness appearing against him, was incompetent, irregular, oppressive, and illegal, and that he was entitled to liberation. The review of the court was asked on the sheriff's judgment. This petition was presented to the court on the 23rd January, and it was ordered to be served on the agent for the private prosecutors, while the parties to the case were ordained to appear before the court on Monday, 26th January. On this same day, Hare presented another petition to the sheriff, craving to be released from close confinement, and to be allowed to communicate with his counsel and agent. The sheriff pronounced an interlocutor to that effect. In accordance with the liberty granted by the sheriff to the private prosecutors to take a precognition as to the murder of Daft Jamie, a visit was, on the 23rd January, paid to Burke in the condemned cell by the sheriff's substitute, one of the city magistrates, and Mr. Monroe, SSC, the agent for Mrs. Wilson and her daughter. The criminal spoke out fully as to the circumstances attending the murder of the unfortunate lad, and thus far satisfactory progress had been made. But an incident occurred which diverted public attention to a certain extent in a different direction. This was an announcement in the Courant of Monday, 26 January, that in the issue of the following Thursday there would be published a full account of the execution of Burke and of his conduct during his last moments, together with an important document which had been in their possession for some time, a full confession or declaration by Burke, which declaration was dictated and partly written by him, and was afterwards read by him and corrected by his own hand, and his signature affixed to attest its accuracy. This announcement raised the hopes of the public to a high pitch, for the information that had reached them before was only to be gained from a trial, the scope of which was confined solely to one event, and from vague rumors and uncertain statements. Now it was expected the whole conspiracy would be made patent. But the announcement was somewhat injudicious and premature, as the case against Hare was pending in the High Court of Justiciary, and it was plainly evident that until a decision was pronounced in it, any confession by Burke would have a prejudicial effect upon him. Accordingly, when the High Court that morning had heard the counsel for parties, Mr. Duncan Menil, on behalf of Hare, called attention to the threatened contempt of court by the Edinburgh Evening Courant, in promising to publish the confessions of Burke, and he asked that such publication be interdicted, especially in so far as related to the murder of James Wilson. The Lords of Justiciary concurred in the propriety of the application, granted interdict of the publication in the Courant of the document which would likely prejudice Hare, and recommend all other newspapers to abstain in like manner from so doing. This was highly disappointing to the public. There was, however, no help for it but to wait, and on Thursday the Courant was under the necessity of intimating to its readers: "We regret to state that owing to an interdict issued on Monday last by the Court of Justiciary, to which we are bound to yield the most respectful obedience, we are prevented, for the present, from laying before our readers the confessions of Burke. But so soon as it is removed, we shall lay this document before our readers, as formerly promised." When the bill of advocation came before the High Court of Justiciary on Monday, the 20th January, the counsel for the parties were heard at length, after which an order was made that the bill be intimated to the Lord Advocate to make such answer to it as he should think necessary, and also that the counsel for the parties should lodge informations upon the subject matter of the bill by the following Saturday. The Lord Advocate's answer was interesting in more ways than one, for in addition to bringing into prominence the question of whether the private prosecutor was superseded by the public prosecutor, he detailed the difficulties by which he had been beset in the preparation of the case against Burke. Having briefly touched on the question as to whether the court had the power to require, in this shape, a disclosure of the grounds on which he, as public prosecutor, had been guided in the exercise of his official discretion, he pointed out that the 4 persons arrested for the murder of Mrs. Docherty denied all accession to the crime. The evidence he had been able to gain was, he found, defective, and was not sufficient to ensure a conviction from a Scottish jury, which was uniformly scrupulous in finding a verdict of guilty where a capital punishment was to follow. The only mode by which the information essentially awanting could be procured was by admitting some of the accused persons as witnesses against the others, and as he had reason to suspect that at least another case of a similar description had occurred, he felt it to be his imperative duty not to rest satisfied until he had probed the matter to the bottom. For the public interest, it was necessary to have it ascertained what crimes of this revolting description had really been committed, who were connected in them, whether all the persons engaged in such transactions had been taken into custody, or if other gangs remained whose practices might continue to endanger human life. A conviction of all the 4 persons might lead to their punishment, but it could not secure such a disclosure, which was manifestly of more importance. The question then arose as to what one of the 4 should be selected as a witness. MacDougall positively refused to give any information, and as the Lord Advocate deemed Burke to be the principal party, Hare was chosen, and his wife was taken with him, because he could not bear evidence against her. Hare was, in consequence, brought before the sheriff on the 1st of December for examination, and then, by the authority of the Lord Advocate, he was informed by the Procurator Fiscal that, if he would disclose the facts relative to the case of Docherty, and to such other crimes of a similar nature committed by Burke, of which he was cognizant, he should not be brought to trial on account of his accession to any of these crimes. This assurance, continued the Lord Advocate in his answer, had no reference to one case more than another. It was intended for the purpose of receiving the whole information which Hare could give, in order that the respondent might put Burke and all the others concerned on trial for all the charges which might be substantiated. In giving it, the respondent acted under the impression and on the understanding that when offences are to be brought to light in the course of a criminal investigation carried on at the public interest, such assurance altogether excluded trial at the instance of any private party. In its nature, this assurance was thus of an unqualified description, and was calculated to lead the party to believe that the possibility of future trial or punishment was thereby entirely excluded. The assurance was so meant to be understood. Having briefly alluded to the circumstances attending the trial, when he was prevented from examining Hare and his wife as to each of the 3 murders set forth on the indictment, his lordship said it was from the information obtained from Hare, on the assurance of immunity, that he conceived he was enabled to secure a conviction. He proceeded: "The warrant of imprisonment against Hare and his wife, at the public instance, has since been withdrawn, in consequence of its having turned out, after the most anxious inquiry, that no crime could be brought to light in which Hare had been concerned, excepting those to which the disclosures made by him under the above assurance related." After he had given the assurance and obtained the results he had, the Lord Advocate said he would not make any attempt to prosecute Hare. Indeed, he should strongly feel such a proceeding upon his part dishonorable in itself, unworthy of his office, and highly injurious to the administration of justice. After having given so fully the Lord Advocate's reasons for declining to proceed against Hare, it will not be necessary to do much more than refer to the information lodged by Hare himself, especially as it goes over, to a great extent, much the same ground. It was maintained that, on account of the promise and compact with the public prosecutor, he could not now be tried in order to punishment for the murder of James Wilson, and on the question of his position as between public and private prosecutors, it was stated: "When an offense is committed, the duty of the public prosecutor is to proceed in the matter with a view to the interests of the community in relation to the wrong done, without regard to the effect his proceedings may have upon the power or right, if such exists, of a private party to come forward and prosecute for punishment. The interest of the community in the matter of punishment is the paramount interest, and the only ultimate interest which the law can regard, although different persons may, under certain circumstances, be permitted by the law to vindicate that interest. The public prosecutor, as being the person entrusted with the interest of the community, and as representing the community, has the primary right to take up the matter, and, having commenced proceedings for behoof of the community, he cannot be stayed or hindered or impeded in his prosecution for punishment by any right or any interest which any private party can claim, and he may do, and daily does, many things which exclude the private party from demanding punishment. On the other hand, none of these proceedings on the part of the public prosecutor, acting for the behoof of the community, can exclude or infringe upon the inherent personal right and interest of the private party to prosecute for assignment or satisfaction. That right belongs to him as an individual, not as a member of the community at large. He claims that, not to deter others from committing the like crimes, but to solace his own wrongs. That is not a matter of punishment, but of satisfaction. Some more attention must, however, be paid to the information for Janet Wilson, Sr., and Janet Wilson, Jr., mother and sister of the late James Wilson, generally known by the name of Daft Jamie. The private prosecutors, prepared by Mr. E. Douglas Sanford, under the direction of Mr. Francis, afterwards Lord Jeffrey. After the usual review of the proceedings up to that time, the private prosecutors set forth their intentions thus: The prosecutors are, in the first place, obliged to support their title in the present prosecution, and to show the constitutional right which, according to the law of Scotland, they possess, of bringing the individual to justice, whom they conceive guilty of the atrocious crime by which they have been injured. But, secondly, the prosecutors are anxious to contest the doctrine of indemnity upon which the prisoner has founded, and to show that he is stretching, far beyond its legal limits, the indulgence granted by the Court of Justiciary to those who are examined before it as socii criminis. As to the right of the private party to prosecute, this, it was contended, was a fundamental and constitutional principle in the criminal jurisprudence of Scotland. Not an antiquated right, but one that was recognized by the latest authorities. Having quoted Burnet and Hume, the private prosecutors went on to say that, legally speaking, there were only two situations in which a prisoner could plead indemnity in bar of trial: previous acquittal, by a jury, of the crime of which he was charged, or remission by the Crown. But the point which the prosecutors were anxious to establish was, that whatever may be the nature of the private arrangement between the public prosecutor and the criminal, and whatever may have been his inducement to give up the right of calling upon the criminal to answer at the bar of justice for the crime of which he is guilty, that arrangement cannot deprive the private party of his right to insist for the full pains of the law. If the law contemplated the power of the public prosecutor to deprive the private party of his right to prosecute by arrangements to which the latter is no party, it had better declare at once that the private instance shall be at an end, because it virtually would be so. In every case where the public prosecutor wished to protect a criminal and shield him from the effects of crime, an arrangement, under the pretense of a precognition and searching for evidence against a third party, might at once be made. And if the doctrine maintained on the part of the prisoner be correct, that would prevent all prosecution at the instance of the individual injured. The assertion of the prosecutors was that their legal right to investigate the circumstances attending the death of their near relation, and to indict the accused party, if they should find sufficient ground to do so, could not be interfered with by the proceedings of the public prosecutor, in circumstances over which they had no control. In point of form, it was required by the law that the Lord Advocate should grant his concourse to a prosecution before the High Court of Justiciary, and he had no right to refuse this concourse. But if he should so refuse it, he could be compelled to grant it, for the reason that it was not in arbitrio of him to deprive a party of his right. In support of the contention for the private prosecutors, various cases were cited. Particular stress was laid upon the warnings addressed by the Lord Justice Clerk and the counsel for Burke and MacGregor to Hare, when he was in the witness box, that the protection of the court only extended to the case under trial, and not to the two other charges in the indictment, which had been deserted pro loco et tempore. Such, in brief, were the pleadings for the parties, and the decision of the court was awaited by all with great interest: by the lawyers, because it would establish an important legal precedent, and by the public, because they hoped through it to see Hare put on his trial and convicted of the murder of Daft Jamie. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 31. Hare's Case before the High Court of Justiciary. Speech by Mr. Francis Jeffrey. Opinion of the judges. A divided bench. The decision of the court. The High Court of Justiciary met to decide on the case as it now stood on the 2nd of February. The importance of the issue to be deliberated upon is shown by the fact that on the bench were no fewer than 6 judges, the Lord Justice, Clark Boyle, and Lords Gillies, Petmilly, Meadowbank, Mackenzie, and Alloway. Hare was represented by Messrs. Duncan MacNeill and Hugh Bruce. The private prosecutors by Messrs. Francis Jeffrey, Thomas Hamilton Miller, and E. Douglas Sanford, and the Crown by the Lord Advocate, the Solicitor General, Mr. Hope, and Messrs. Robert Dundas, Archibald Allison, and Alexander Wood, Advocates Depute. At the outset, Mr. Jeffrey obtained the permission of the court to say a few words on the power of the public prosecutor to enter into a compact with accomplices whom he might think proper to adduce as witnesses. The particular questions he wished to raise were: had the High Court of Justiciary no power over such a compact? Had the court, he asked, no judicial discretion over the terms of such an agreement, and did it rest with the Lord Advocate, and not with the court, to decide on its validity and effect? If these were to be answered in the affirmative, then the result simply was that the Lord Advocate was per vias automodos substantially invested with the royal prerogative of pardon. Mr. MacNeill, on behalf of Hare, had nothing to add to what was contained in the printed information for his client. The first judge to give his opinion on the case before the court was Lord Gillies, who, after complimenting the Lord Advocate for having, by his action in the charge against Burke, saved the country from an indelible disgrace, gave it as his opinion that his lordship was entitled to pledge his responsibility for a pardon or remission. But proceeding to the main question, whether this court had powers by law to quash the proceedings taken against Hare by Wilson's relations in consequence of what took place at his precognition or at the trial of Burke, Lord Gillies, after a long argument, gave it as his opinion that the court could not do so, and should accordingly reject the bill presented on behalf of Hare. He conceived that, in the general case, the legal right and title of the private party to prosecute was clear and indisputable. By the Act 1587, Chapter 77, and a prior enactment, 1436, pursuits of the king's instance were only subsidiary, and even at the present time, after various changes, the private right of prosecution was, he believed, as sacred and as indisputable as that of the Lord Advocate. Then, on the question of socii criminis, his lordship said that anciently a socius was, as a general rule, not admissible, and had no immunity. But by the Act 21 Geo 2 C 34, an accomplice to theft or cattle stealing was admitted, and the immunity was granted him if his evidence proved the guilt of the prisoner. In 1770, in the case of MacDonald and Jameson, the doctrine was laid down not that an accomplice giving evidence was discharged of the crime, but merely that his examination might go far to operate as an acquittal from the crime as to which he was examined. By a decision in 1794, a socius was declared safe, first if he were examined as a witness, and second if he spoke out. No doubt there had been a great extension of the law, but taking the only statute that was in existence, they would find it only gave impunity to him who had been examined, and not to him who might have been cited and not examined. It was said Hare was ready and willing to give evidence on the 2 charges against Burke that were not remitted to the jury. But this the court could not know, and, at any rate, an examination as a witness, which alone by law, even as extended by practice, gave indemnity, did not take place. As for the relationship existing, in virtue of the compact between the Lord Advocate and Hare, it was one thing for his lordship to apply for and obtain a pardon from the crown, and another thing to have power to give a legal exemption from trial to a criminal merely by citing him as a witness. Lord Pitmilly, however, took another view of the case. He concurred generally in the historical resume of the law as given by Lord Gillies, though he differed in his conclusions. "I feel intensely," said his lordship, "for the relatives of Wilson. I sympathize also with the public desire to bring a great criminal to justice, but I feel more for the security of the law, and I hold no consideration so important as that public faith pledged by a responsible officer and sanctified by the court in pursuance of uniform practice should be kept inviolate, even with the greatest criminal." The history of the law relating to socii criminis was very learnedly reviewed by Lord Meadowbank, who submitted that it was clearly established, from a train of practice running through a period of upwards of 2 centuries and a half, that socii criminis had been admissible witnesses in the law of Scotland. Such being his opinion, he should have presumed at all times and under all circumstances the examination of a witness must have operated ipse facto as an immunity to him from subsequent prosecution for the crime respecting which he was called upon to give evidence. In truth, he declared, so irreconcilable to all sound reasoning would it be to hold either that no such immunity was thereby obtained, or that there was not created an equitable right, as in England, to a pardon, that he could not imagine how any socii criminis ever could have been examined. In the present case, he considered the promise of the Lord Advocate barred the private prosecutors from taking action against Hare for punishment, though it in no way interfered with their right of prosecution for assessment, and he was clear that this warrant ought to be discharged and the complainer ordained to be set at liberty. Lord Mackenzie went over much the same ground as his judicial brethren, and in delivering his opinion that Hare ought to be set at liberty, he said, "Remembering, as we must do, the dreadful evidence he gave, it is impossible to contemplate his escape without pain, a pain always felt, in some degree, in every case where an accomplice in a great crime is, however necessarily, taken as evidence for the crown, but never, I believe, felt more strongly than the present. I sympathize with that feeling, but I feel not less strongly that this man, however guilty, must not die by a perversion of legal procedure, a perversion which would form a precedent for the oppression of persons of far other characters and in far other situations, and shake the public confidence in the steadiness and fairness of that administration of criminal justice on which the security of the lives of all men is dependent." Lord Alloway, on the other hand, felt bound to differ from the opinions of the majority of his brethren, and to concur in that given by Lord Gillies. He conceived that Hare might have a protection as to the murder of Campbell or Docherty, he having been a witness against Burke and MacDougall in their trial for that murder, but he doubted if that protection extended to the other 2 charges, as to Wilson and Patterson, or in any other crimes for which Burke was never tried. As to the position of the Wilsons, it was his opinion that a private prosecutor had an undoubted right to prosecute to the highest doom every offender who had injured him, and for the punishment of all offenses in which he had an individual interest. This opinion was founded upon the authority of every institutional writer upon the criminal law of Scotland, upon a variety of statutes, upon the decisions of the High Court of Justiciary, and upon the practice of the country, and his lordship thought these circumstances, without one single authority to the contrary, would have been sufficient to prevent the contrary doctrine from being maintained, chiefly upon the ground of expediency and advantage to the public. The Lord Justice Clark then gave his opinion, throwing his weight with the majority of the court. He commended the course taken by the Lord Advocate in retaining Hare and his wife as evidence, for had not that been done, it was probable no verdict such as was given would have been come to by the jury. As to Hare's position, it seemed to him that the Lord Advocate had an undoubted privilege, according to long and established usage, of selecting from those suspected of such crimes such persons whose evidence he might deem immaterial to secure the ends of public justice, and to assure them that, upon giving evidence, he would never bring them to trial for their concern in the transactions as to which they were examined. It seemed to his lordship that Hare, having forgiven evidence as he did, completed his indemnity and rendered it impossible for the public prosecutor to turn round, after the conviction of Burke, and indict the witness for his concern in either of the acts, the trial of which had only been postponed at the earnest desire of the prisoners. It appeared to be undoubted law that the public prosecutor, having selected the accomplice and used his evidence upon the trial, thereby necessarily deprived parties of the right which, but for his proceeding, they undoubtedly would have had to prosecute. If this were not the case, then the relatives of Dougherty would also be entitled to prosecute Hare for the share he had in her murder. But it was conceded by the counsel for the respondents, the private prosecutors, that the relations of Dougherty could not, under the circumstances, maintain that right. If Hare were legally exempted from all the prosecution at the instance of the public prosecutor, for any accession he might have had to the 3 acts of murder charged in the indictment against Burke and MacDougall, there seemed to be no ground in law for maintaining that he might still be prosecuted at the instance of the relatives of any of the 3 parties alleged to have been murdered. These opinions, weighty and well considered on a most important point in the criminal law of Scotland, having been delivered, the court finally pronounced the following judgment. The Lords Justice Clark and the Lord Commissioners of Justiciary, having resumed consideration of the bill of advocation, suspension, and liberation for William Hare, with the informations given in for both parties, in obedience to the order of court of 26 January last, and answers given in for His Majesty's advocate in compliance with said order, pass the bill, advocate the cause, and in respect that the complainer, William Hare, cannot be criminally tried for the crime charged in the warrant of commitment, therefore suspend the said warrant, and ordain the magistrates of Edinburgh and keepers of their toll booth to set the said William Hare at liberty, and discharge all further procedure in the precognition complained of, and ordain the said precognition, insofar as it has already been taken, to be delivered up to the clerk of this court, in order to the same being sealed up, to abide the farther orders of this court, and discern. But though Hare was now ordered by the High Court of Justiciary to be liberated, he was not yet a free man. The relatives of Wilson, acting in a sense as the representatives of public opinion, and certainly supported by public contributions, took further steps, which brought about a new phase of the case against Hare. Immediately after the court had pronounced that it was incompetent to prosecute Hare criminally, there was presented to the sheriff a petition intimating that the intentions of Mrs. Wilson and her daughter to prosecute him civilly for the sum of £500 in the name of the assessment for the murder of their relative, and praying that as he was in meditazione fugae, he should be detained in prison until he found caution to appear in answer to their averments. The Wilsons then, before the sheriff, declared upon oath that the said William Hare is justly indebted, resting and owing to the deponents the sum of £500 sterling, or such other sum as shall be modified by the court of justiciary, or any court competent, as stated in the petition. That the deponents are credibly informed, and believe in their conscience that the said William Hare is in meditazione fugae, and about to leave this kingdom, whereby the deponents will be defrauded of the means of recovering said sum. That the grounds of their belief are that Hare was born in Ireland, that a short time ago he was imprisoned for examination preparatory to a trial upon a charge of murdering James Wilson, of which they have no doubt that he was guilty, that owing to certain circumstances he has not been brought to trial for the offense, and there is reason to believe that he will speedily be liberated from custody, and owing to the prevailing belief of his guilt, that the popular indignation which has in consequence been raised against him, it is impossible that he can with safety to his life remain in Scotland, particularly as he has been suspected to be guilty of other murders, and therefore they have no doubt that as soon as he shall be liberated from custody, which they believe will be this evening, he will use utmost and immediate exertions to escape from Scotland to Ireland. This form having been gone through, Hare was brought in and was asked if he were concerned in killing James Wilson, to which he replied that he would say nothing about it. He was then questioned as to his intentions when liberated, but he remained silent all through. Mr. Munro, the agent for the petitioners, moved that the sheriff to grant a warrant of commitment, and offered to produce evidence that Hare was in meditazione fugae, should his lordship desire it. The sheriff appointed a proof for that same day. The first witness examined was William Lindsay, a prisoner in the Tolbooth of Edinburgh, who stated that 2 or 3 days before, Hare told him that if he were liberated, he would leave this country and go home to Ireland immediately. John Fisher, the head turnkey in Calton jail, corroborated. Hare was then informed by the sheriff that if he intended to remain in Scotland, any witnesses he might wish to speak to the fact could now be examined. The prisoner's tongue was loosened, and he replied that he had no money and must go somewhere to get work, that he had no domicile in this part of the country and could not remain in Edinburgh, and that as a matter of fact he did not know whether he would remain in Scotland or go to Ireland or England in quest of employment. The sheriff accordingly granted a warrant for the detention of Hare until he found caution to answer to any action that might be brought against him in any competent court for payment of the sum mentioned in the petition. Hare was thus again thrown back, and it must have seemed to him that if by turning informer against Burke he had saved his life, he was to be deprived of enjoying what remained of it as a free man. But the Wilsons and their friends saw that to prosecute the action for assessment could lead to no good result. Hare was penniless, and it was therefore hopeless to seek compensation from him, while if they did so, they would be throwing away money needlessly in the process. The warrant was withdrawn on Thursday, the 5th of February, and Hare was at last free to go where he pleased. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor Chapter 32, Popular Feeling Against Hare, His Behavior in Prison, Withdrawal of the Warrant, His Liberation and Flight, Recognition, Riot in Dumfries, and Narrow Escape of Hare, Over the Border, Ballad Version of the Flight. The warrant in Meditatione Fugae by the relatives of James Wilson against Hare was withdrawn quietly on the afternoon of Thursday the 5th of February, and the authorities at once made arrangements for his liberation. They knew that to place him outside the prison gates and allow him to shift for himself would only be to endanger his life at the hands of the excited mob of Edinburgh, who would, under the high feeling then prevailing, have scrupled little about hanging the detested criminal and informer from the bar of the nearest lamp-post, or to have thrown him from the castle hill. Hare knew the feeling that was against him, but he affected to treat it with scorn, even while the proceedings were being taken against him, and it was doubtful if he would not be put on trial, which would have meant certain conviction. He displayed a levity altogether unbecoming a man in the critical position in which he stood. He asked his agent with a sneer what was the value of Daft Jamie, and remarked that the price given by the doctors was surely too much, as if the poor lad had been offered alive to anyone he would not have been bought at any price. His opinion of the proceedings, therefore, was that the judges were wasting their time and their talent about a thing of no value. On another occasion, Hare and several fellow prisoners were walking in the courtyard when some visitors were being shown through the establishment. One of his companions turned to the strangers, and pointing with his finger to the notorious criminal, said, "Here's Hare, look at him." The eyes of the party were immediately turned upon the man whose crimes had made him so infamous, but he, with brutal nonchalance, stared them out of countenance, and remarked, "Pitch a shilling this way, will ye?" But it was natural that in the state of public feeling the decision of the High Court of Justiciary in Hare's petition would cause dissatisfaction in many quarters, and the fact that two of the judges took a different view of the law from the majority of their colleagues only tended to prolong the controversy. Many were the bitter comments made on the case, but none was more forcible than the remark that the judges came to decide on the case drunk with law, and kicked sober justice out of court. Clever although this statement was, and partially true, it involved a fallacy which was admitted after the excitement occasioned by the disclosures of the conspiracy had spent itself. Notwithstanding this feeling on the part of the public, the law had to be carried out, and Hare had to be set at liberty. The prison officials took an outside place for him, under the appropriate name of Mr. Black, on the coach for England, and shortly after 8 o'clock on the night of Thursday, the 5th of February, Hare left Calton Hill jail. To prevent identification, he was muffled up in an old Camelot cloak, and in his hand he carried a small bundle of clothes. Accompanying him was John Fisher, the head turnkey, who was charged to see him safe out of Edinburgh. At Waterloo Bridge they called a hackney coach, and in it drove to Newington, where they waited for the arrival of the mail. When the coach came up, it was stopped, and Hare took his place on the outside, as the guard called out to the driver, "All's right." The turnkey shouted out a cordial farewell to his quasi-friend. "Good-bye, Mr. Black, and I wish you well home." Away the coach went, and Hare was free and out of Edinburgh without it being known to any but the prison officials that he was even at liberty. What a tumult there would have been had the people suspected that the man for whose death they clamored was posting from them. Had they even had an inkling of what was going on, it is problematical if he would have been allowed to leave the city without marks of their vengeance, which he would have borne to his dying day. Possibly he would have been torn to pieces. However, the plans of the authorities had been carried out with such secrecy that no one was aware of what was being done, and Hare might have left the country without recognition had it not been for his own imprudence. The night was bitterly cold, and in the frosty air a seat on the top of a rapidly traveling coach was far from comfortable. Accordingly, when the mail arrived at Noble House, the second stage on the Edinburgh road, Hare, knowing there were 20 minutes to wait, descended from his perch and accompanied the inside passengers into the inn. He seemed to be alive to the danger of recognition, for at first he sat near the door, at the back of the company, with his cloak muffled closely around him. But some of his fellow travelers, thinking his backwardness was due to modesty, said he must be perishing with cold, and invited him to a seat nearer the fire. Hare felt the truth of this suggestion, and in taking advantage of the invitation, he drew aside his cloak and hat to warm his hands before the roaring fire. This was an injudicious movement on the part of the fugitive under any circumstances, but it was especially so now owing to the fact that Mr. Sandford, the advocate, who had been employed along with Mr. Jeffrey by Daft Jamie's relatives to conduct the prosecution against Hare, was a passenger in the coach, and one of the company in the inn. Sandford at once recognized him, and Hare knew that, for he saw the advocate shake his head ominously at him. When the guard blew his horn for the renewal of the journey, Hare was at first at the coach door, and as the night was so bitterly cold, and there was a vacant seat inside, he was allowed to occupy it. Mr. Sandford, however, when he discovered the new arrangement, ordered the guard to take that fellow out, and although others of the passengers remonstrated on the hardship of sending the man to the outside of the coach in such weather, he insisted on being obeyed, and accordingly Hare was transferred to his old seat. The coach again started, and the advocate, judging that his fellow travelers were entitled to some explanation of his extraordinary conduct, revealed to them the identity of the person he had dealt with so harshly, and if their sympathies did not altogether disappear, they at least concluded that the position taken up by Mr. Sandford was to some extent justifiable. When the coach arrived in the morning at the King's Arms in Dumfries, the news spread rapidly that Hare was among its passengers, and by 8 o'clock a crowd of some 8,000 people surrounded the inn, all eager to obtain a sight of the notorious murderer whose terrible crimes had caused such a sensation in that as in other parts of the country. It was known that he was bound for Portpatrick, and the interval of 4 hours between the arrival of the Edinburgh mail and the departure of the Galloway and Portpatrick coach was one of the most exciting in the history of Dumfries. Meanwhile, Hare was inside the inn drinking ale with a number of stablemen, giving them such ridiculous toasts as "bad luck to fortune." Some of them tried to get a story of his crimes from him, but he declined to say anything about them, as he declared he had said enough about that before, and had done his duty in Edinburgh. It was deemed impossible to drive the mail along the High Street when the time of departure arrived if Hare were in it, with safety to the other persons connected with it, for the people had laid their plans for the attack. They intended stopping the coach at the bridge and throwing Hare into the river, or failing that, they had closed the gates at Cassieland's toll bar, where they proposed to deal with him in another manner. 2 passengers were sent forward a part of the way in a gig, and the coach left the inn empty. The mob surrounded it, but their fury was only intensified to find that the Westport murderer was not in it. The coach was allowed to proceed, and attention was again turned to the inn, toward which a large number pressed their way. An old woman attempted to strike at the villain with her umbrella, and another, after exhausting herself with verbal abuse, seized him by the collar of the coat and gave him such a shaking that he was nearly strangled. An ostler approached the now trembling Hare. "Where ye a-gwan, man, or where ye gang to? Hell's o'er good for ye. The very deevils, for fear of mischief, wouldna dare to let ye in, and as for heaven, that's entirely out of the question." As he crouched in a corner, a small boy menaced him and was backed up by the crowd, who enjoyed the sight. Hare at last became so thoroughly exasperated that he told his tormentors to come on and give him fair play. The tormenting to which he was subject became unbearable, and he seized his bundle and walked toward the door, determined, as he said, to let the mob take their will of him. But in this effort he was checked by a medical man who happened to be present. The position of affairs in Dumfries had now become positively alarming, and Mr. Fraser, the landlord of the King's Arms, saw that while his obnoxious guest remained in his house, he was in danger of being wrecked, and he was therefore naturally anxious for his removal. In fact, the whole town and neighborhood was completely convulsed, and it was impossible to tell what might be the next movement on the part of the excited people. The burgh magistrates met to deliberate upon some plan for preserving the peace of the town. After long consideration, they agreed upon a plan which ran every risk of failure, but which was perhaps the only one they could have adopted. A chaise and a pair drove up to the door of the King's Arms between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A trunk was buckled to it, and a great fuss was made. While these movements were going on before the people to attract their attention from what was the really important part of the magisterial plan, Hare slipped out of a back window, crept along the stable wall to a chaise in readiness to receive him. Once he was in, the doors were closed, the postilion whipped his horses to the gallop, and drove rapidly along the streets toward the river. The mob, having received a hint of what was going on from a few boys who had been lounging about the inn stables, made after the chaise with a rush. Volleys of stones were thrown at it, and some of the missiles went through the windows of the vehicle, narrowly missing Hare, who cowered at the bottom of it. On the horses flew, and taking a turn sharply, the coach was nearly overturned, but after running a short distance on 2 wheels, it righted. At the bridge, the fugitives were almost intercepted, but the people were too late. After some furious striving, the jail door was reached, and the governor, having been informed that he might expect a distinguished guest, opened the door immediately. Hare sprang out of the chaise and in past a strong chain that had been placed behind the prison gate for greater security against a rush of the mob. "Into this gulf he leapt," said the Dumfries Courier of the following week, "hop, step, and jump 1,000 times, more happy to get into prison than the majority of criminals are to get out of it." The people saw how they had been deceived, and they were furious with rage and disappointment. Hare, if he fell into their hands now, could not hope to escape. But fortunately for him, the high, strong walls of the prison were between him and the excited populace. The mob laid siege to the jail, blocked up all the door and gateway, and no one could pass out or in without considerable personal risk. This began at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and for 4 hours later the angry mob howled and shouted, and even sought to break down the prison gates with a heavy piece of iron which they used as a battering ram. When the street lamps in the vicinity were lighted at nightfall, they were immediately extinguished by some of the rioters, many of whom had now come to the conclusion that the best means they could adopt for forcing a surrender was to burn down the gate by lighted tar barrels and peats. About 8 o'clock in the evening, however, the magistrates had made arrangements for dispersing the people. The militia staff and the police force had been found quite insufficient to quell the disturbance. 100 special constables were therefore sworn in and were drafted to assist in the preservation of the peace. The augmented force quickly cleared the streets, and the people, tired and exhausted with their exciting day's employment, at last reluctantly retired to their homes. but their efforts were plainly manifest in the amount of wreckage about the town, and scarcely a window in the prison or its neighborhood was intact. While the tumult was at its height, Hare, fatigued and weary, slipped away to the bed provided for him, and soon he was fast asleep, for he had had no rest since leaving Calton jail in Edinburgh. About 1 o'clock on Saturday morning he was awakened by the officials, who told him that, now the town was quiet, he must depart immediately. Trembling violently, he put on his clothes, and before leaving asked for his cloak and bundle. But these had been left at the inn and were not at hand. The officers said he must do without them, and thank his stars into the bargain that he had escaped with whole bones. They also advised him that, as the whole of Galloway was in arms, and as the mail coach had been stopped and searched the day before at Crocketfield Toll Bar, probably also at every other stage between Dumfries and Portpatrick, he would be better to take a different road. With this advice he set out on the journey on foot, and by 3 o'clock in the morning he was seen by a boy passing Dodbeck. By daybreak he was probably over the border. On Saturday and Sunday it was reported that Hare's identity had been discovered at Annan, and that he had been stoned to death. But this was a mistake, for the driver of the English mail on his return journey saw him seated by the roadside within half a mile of Carlisle shortly after 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. The fugitive was then seated talking to two stonebreakers, and as the coach passed by he held down his head, but was recognized by the driver and an outside passenger. On the Sunday morning he was again seen about 2 miles beyond Carlisle, having skirted the city, the inhabitants of which were stated to be prepared to give him as cordial reception as the men of Dumfries. It is believed that after this Hare turned eastward toward Newcastle, but as a matter of fact nothing is authoritatively known of his subsequent movements. There is a story which an old resident of the east end of Glasgow, who died over 80 years of age in the autumn of last year, 1883, used to tell with great gusto. In his younger days this old gentleman was of a wandering disposition, and travelled on foot over the greater part of the island. In the spring of 1829 he passed through Berwick-on-Tweed, and put up for the night at a lodging-house there. He was told by the landlady that he could not have a bed for himself, but would require to sleep with another lodger, who was, of course, a stranger to him. On retiring to the room, MacGregor, the Glaswegian, found that his bedfellow was before him and was sound asleep. This, however, was of little consequence, and he was soon himself in a similar condition. In the middle of the night he was awakened by his companion, grasping him firmly by the throat, and greatly alarmed, he flung off his assailant, sprung out of bed, and demanded to know what such behavior meant. The stranger replied, in an apologetic tone, that he must have had the nightmare, for he knew nothing about what he was doing until he was thrown off. After a little conversation, the two men became quite friendly, and again retired to rest. The night passed without further incident. In the morning, when he awoke, MacGregor found that his bedfellow was gone. He told the landlady at breakfast of the adventure, and she then informed him that the man with whom he had slept was none other than the notorious Hare. He shivered with horror, but the danger was past, and for more than half a century MacGregor told how in his youth he had spent a night with Hare, the accomplice of Burke. If the identification was correct, it was probably the case that Hare was really suffering from the nightmare, for it is not at all likely he would attempt a murder among strangers so soon after his narrow escape in Edinburgh. In the preceding pages, the story of Hare's departure from Scotland has been told, very much as given to the world in the columns of the Dumfries Courier. But the ballad makers had another version, which may prove interesting now, as it did at the time of its publication. Here are a few verses. Dark was the midnight when Hare fled away, Not a star in the sky gave him one cheering ray. But still now and then blue lightning did glare, and strange shrieks assailed him like shrieks of despair. But still as the fugitive ran down the wild glen, not a place did he fear like the dwellings of men. Where a heap lay before him all dismal and bare, the ghost of deaf Jamie appeared to him there. "I am come," said the shade, "from the land of the dead, though there be for poor Jamie no grass-covered bed. O'er hills and o'er valleys I'll watch thee for ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings and follow thee still. I am come to remind you of deeds that are past, and tell you that justice will find you at last. When night darkens the world, oh, how can you sleep? In your dreams do you ne'er see my poor mother weep? And long will she weep, and long will she mourn, till her wandering Jamie from the grave can return." From the grave, did I say? Ah, calm is the bed where sleepless and dreamless lie the bones of the dead. Their friends may lament them, and their sorrows may be, but no grave grows green in the wild world for me. O Hare, go and cover your fugitive head in some land you're not known by the living or dead. For the living against thee will justly combine, and the dead will despise such a body as thine. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 33. The Confessions of Burke. The Interdicts against the Edinburgh Evening Courant. Burke's note on the current confession. Issue of the official document. Publication of both confessions. Passing mention was made in a previous chapter of the confessions of his crimes made by Burke while he was in prison awaiting the time fixed for carrying out the final sentence passed upon him by the High Court of Justiciary, and it was then stated that the curious history of the second, or current, confession must be reserved for the proper time. Part of that history has already been related. For it has been seen how, when the Courant announced the Monday before Burke's execution that the document would be published in its columns on the following Thursday, the High Court granted interdict, prohibiting the publication until the proceedings against Hare were concluded. The Courant bowed to this decision, but promised at the same time to lay before its readers the interesting paper as soon as possible. This, however, was only the beginning of the difficulty. In its issue of Thursday, 5th of February, the Courant stated that the interdict granted by the High Court of Justiciary on the application of Mr. Duncan Menil as counsel for Hare having expired on the Monday previous, the 2nd of February, the publishers fully intended to have inserted the confession by Burke in their paper of that day. But, unfortunately, they had been laid under a new interdict by the sheriff, at the instance of Mr. J. Smith, SSC. This Mr. Smith was the gentleman who had applied to the Lord Advocate some weeks before for permission to visit Burke in prison for the purpose of receiving from him a full confession of his crimes, and who, on being refused, had unsuccessfully appealed to the Home Secretary. On Tuesday, 3rd February, this gentleman applied to the sheriff, craving that the Courant be interdicted from publishing the confessions of Burke. The application was founded upon an allegation that the document in the possession of the editor of the Courant was intended by Burke to be delivered to Mr. Smith, and had been given by the condemned man to a fellow prisoner named Ewart for that purpose. Ewart entrusted it to the care of Wilson, a turnkey, who had disposed of it to the editor of the Courant. By this means, it was alleged, the intention of Burke was defeated, and it was further stated that the night before his execution, in the presence of Bailey Small, Mr. Porteous, and Mr. James Byrne, Burke signed a document authorizing Mr. Smith to uplift from the editor of the Current the declaration now under discussion. This paper was in these terms: "The document or narrative which I signed for Ewart was correct, so far as I had time to examine it, but it was given under the express stipulation that it should not be published for 3 months after my decease. I authorized J. Smith to insist upon the delivery of the paper above alluded to from the Current, or any other person in whose possession it may be, and at the same time I desire Bailey Small to be present when the papers are demanded and got up, and that they may be taken to the sheriff's office and compared with my declaration made before the sheriff, which is the only full statement that can be relied on." The sheriff granted interdict, but on the following day a petition was presented on behalf of the Current, praying for its recall. In support of this, it was stated that Wilson, the turnkey, had disposed of the confession to the editor of that journal for a fair price, while the document itself had not come unfairly into his hands. The question of the right or power of a condemned criminal to bequeath property of any description was also raised, but was not seriously entered into. The sheriff, however, did not see his way to recall the interdict, and said it was worthy of some attention whether the document given to Ewart was not to be published until 3 months after the death of Burke. But whatever may have been the method adopted by the Current to obtain possession of the confession, it is at least certain that the document, though its publication for a time was laid under interdict, was not uplifted, and that it was ultimately issued to the public long before the period stipulated for by Burke. This was probably due to the fact that a new set of outside circumstances emerged, which rendered it imperative that the private confession should be published if any profit was to be gained or enterprise shown. The Lord Advocate had given orders for the issue of the official confession to all the newspapers, and the competitors for the ownership of the other document were thus forced to come to a mutual arrangement. On the 5th of February, the day on which Hare was liberated, the sheriff addressed a letter to the Lord Provost of Edinburgh, in the course of which he said: "As it is now fully understood that all proceedings of a criminal nature against William Hare have terminated, it has appeared to the Lord Advocate that the community have a right to expect a disclosure of the contents of the confessions made by William Burke after his conviction. I have, therefore, to place those confessions in your lordship's hands with the view to their being given to the public, at such a time and in such a manner as you may deem most advisable. It may be satisfactory to your lordship to know that in the information which Hare gave to the sheriff on the 1st December last, while he imputed to Burke the active part in the deeds which the latter now assigns to Hare, Hare disclosed nearly the same crimes in point of number, of time, and of the description of persons murdered, which Burke has thus confessed, and in the few particulars in which they differed, no collateral evidence could be obtained calculated to show which of them was in the right. Your lordship will not be displeased to learn that after a very full and anxious inquiry, now only about to be concluded, no circumstances have transpired calculated to show that any other persons have lent themselves to such practices in this city or its vicinity, and that there is no reason to believe that any other crimes have been committed by Burke and Hare, excepting those contained in the frightful catalogue to which they have confessed. This action on the part of the Lord Advocate was simply a formal way of making the public aware of the contents of the confession, the Lord Provost being the official representative of the citizens of Edinburgh. He, in his turn, sent the document to the newspapers for publication. Of course, when the people read it they would be initiated into the secrets of the conspiracy engaged in by Burke and Hare, and the Current managers saw that it would forestall their confession, even though it was fuller in detail. There must have been a hasty consultation with Mr. Smith, for on Saturday, the 7th February, the 2 confessions appeared in that journal, accompanied by the following editorial note: The interdict of the sheriff on the publication of the confession and declaration of Burke, which has been for some time in our possession, having been withdrawn in consequence of a mutual compromise, we now publish this document, along with a declaration signed before the sheriff, and sent by him to the Lord Provost, for publication the day after he had pronounced an interdict against the current. It will be observed that the declaration before the sheriff is dry and meagre in its details. The declaration which we publish is much fuller, and contains minute and striking circumstances which were never before laid before the public. The publication of this declaration and confession has been delayed by various proceedings, of which, however vexatious, we are not disposed to complain. The interdict of the Court of Justiciary being deemed essential to the ends of justice, we yielded an immediate and respectful obedience to this order. The first interdict by the sheriff, at the instance of a private party, was granted as a matter of course, and that interdict, after our application to have it recalled, was continued by a well-meant but erroneous judgment. However we might be disappointed by the decision, we did not conceive that we had any right to complain. But we certainly do complain that after the sheriff had laid the declaration which we possessed under an interdict, he should the very next day have published, or sent for publication, another declaration. We complain of this the more, because the very ground on which he decided to continue the interdict against us was, that our interest would be less injured by delay than that of the other party by removing the interdict. And yet, in the face of this decision, he publishes a document which, for aught he knew, might be identically the same as ours, and by the publication of which our interest would not merely be injured, but utterly ruined. We certainly think that this is an extraordinary mode of procedure. A judge in the first case interdicts the publication of a certain confession or declaration, telling one of the parties that he cannot suffer much injury by the delay, and the very next day publishes a declaration by the same person, to the injury, perhaps to the utter destruction, of any interest the party had in the matter at issue. We really think that the dangers of delay are here exemplified in a very instructive manner. For if we had known that the very paper, as we could judge, about which the parties were at issue, would be published the next day by the sheriff himself, how would this have strengthened our argument against the continuance of the interdict? Such are the facts of the case. Considering them carefully, they certainly appear to be somewhat irregular, and the effect was certainly calculated to prejudice, nay, to ruin our interest, if the paper in the possession of the sheriff had not been so meagre and unsatisfactory compared with the declaration we publish. The Courant showed its annoyance at the turn affairs had taken, but while doing so it made every effort, and that successfully, to outstrip its contemporaries. Besides publishing the two confessions in full, it gave a facsimile of the note in Burke's handwriting, appended to the document in their own possession, over which there had been so much dispute. There is one thing in favor of the Courant, or unofficial confession, and that is the paper signed by Burke the night before his execution. He there testifies as to its accuracy, so far as he had had time to examine it. At the same time, in view of the many discrepancies between the two documents themselves, and what was brought out by subsequent investigation, it must be admitted that in many respects they are defective as records of the terrible series of crimes in which Burke and Hare participated. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of the History of Burke and Hare and the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 34. Burke's Confession before the Sheriff. A record of the murders. The method. complicity of the women and the doctors, murderers, but not body snatchers. The official confession of Burke was made in the condemned cell by the criminal on the 3rd of January, 1829, in the presence of Mr. George Tate, sheriff substitute, Mr. Archibald Scott, procurator fiscal, and Mr. Richard J. Moxey, assistant sheriff clerk. The following is a copy of the document. Compeerd William Burke, at present under sentence of death in the jail of Edinburgh, states that he never saw Hare till the Hallow Fair before last November, 1827, when he and Helen MacDougall met Hare's wife, with whom he was previously acquainted, on the street. They had a dram, and he mentioned he had an intention to go to the West Country to endeavour to get employment as a cobbler. But Hare's wife suggested that they had a small room in their house which might suit him and MacDougall, and that he might follow his trade of a cobbler in Edinburgh. And he went to Hare's house and continued to live there, and got employment as a cobbler. An old pensioner named Donald lived in the house about Christmas, 1827. He was in bad health, and died a short time before his quarter's pension was due. That he owed Hare £4, and a day or two after the pensioner's death, Hare proposed that his body should be sold to the doctors, and that the declarant should get a share of the price. The declarant said it would be impossible to do it because the man would be coming in with the coffin immediately. But after the body was put in the coffin and the lid was nailed down, Hare started the lid with a chisel, and he and the declarant took out the corpse and concealed it in the bed, and put tanner's bark from behind the house into the coffin, and covered it with a sheet, and nailed down the lid of the coffin. And the coffin was then carried away for interment. That Hare did not appear to have been concerned in anything of the kind before, and seemed to be at a loss how to get the body disposed of. And he and Hare went in the evening to the yard of the college, and saw a person like a student there. And the declarant asked him if there were any of Dr. Monroe's men about, because he did not know there was any other way of disposing of a dead body, nor did Hare. The young man asked what they wanted with Dr. Monroe, and the declarant told him that he had a subject to dispose of, and the young man referred him to Dr. Knox, number 10, Surgeon's Square. And they went there, and saw a young gentleman, whom he now knows to be Jones, Miller, and Ferguson, and told them that they had a subject to dispose of. But they did not ask how they had obtained it, and they told the declarant and Hare to come back when it was dark, and that they themselves would find a porter to carry it. Declarant and Hare went home and put the body into a sack, and carried it to Surgeon's Square, and not knowing how to dispose of it, laid it down on the floor of the cellar, and went up to the room where the three young men saw them, and told them to bring up the body to the room, which they did. And they took the body out of the sack, and laid it on the dissecting table. That the shirt was on the body, but the young man asked no questions as to that. And the declarant and Hare, at their request, took off the shirt, and got £7 10s. Dr. Knox came in after the shirt was taken off, and looked at the body, and proposed they should get £7 10s, and authorized Jones to settle with them. And he asked no questions as to how the body had been obtained. Hare got £4 5s, and the declarant got £3 5s. Jones, and etc., said that they would be glad to see them again when they had any other body to dispose of. Early last spring, 1828, a woman from Gilmerton came to Hare's house as a nightly lodger, Hare keeping 7 beds for lodgers. That she was a stranger, and she and Hare became merry, and drank together, and next morning she was very ill in consequence of what she had got, and she sent for some drink, and she and Hare drank together, and she became very sick and vomited, and at that time she had not risen from bed. And Hare then said that they would try and smother her in order to dispose of her body to the doctors, that she was lying on her back in the bed and quite insensible from drink, and Hare clapped his hand on her mouth and nose, and the declarant laid himself across her body in order to prevent her from making any disturbance, and she never stirred. And they took her out of bed and undressed her, and put her into a sheet. And they mentioned to Dr. Knox's young men that they had another subject. And Mr. Miller sent a porter to meet them in the evening at the back of the castle, and declarant and Hare carried the chest till they met the porter, and they accompanied the porter with the chest to Dr. Knox's classroom. And Dr. Knox came in. When they were there, the body was cold and stiff. Dr. Knox approved of its being so fresh, but did not ask any questions. The next was a man named Joseph, a miller, who had been lying badly in the house, that he got some drink from declarant and Hare, but was not tipsy. He was very ill, lying in bed, and could not speak sometimes. And there was a report that there was fever in the house, which made Hare and his wife uneasy in case it should keep away lodgers. And they, declarant and Hare, agreed that they should suffocate him for the same purpose. And the declarant got a small pillow and laid it across Joseph's mouth, and Hare lay across the body to keep down the arms and legs. And he was disposed of in the same manner, to the same persons, and the body was carried by the porter, who carried the last body. In May 1828, as he thinks, an old woman came to the house as a lodger, and she was the worst of drink, and she got more drink of her own accord, and she became very drunk, and declarant suffocated her, and Hare was not in the house at the time, and she was disposed of in the same manner. Soon afterwards an Englishman lodged there for some nights, and was ill of the jaundice, that he was in bed very unwell, and Hare and declarant got above him and held him down, and by holding his mouth suffocated him, and disposed of him in the same manner. Shortly afterwards an old woman named Haldane, but he knows nothing further of her, lodged in the house, and she had got some drink at the time, and got more to intoxicate her, and he and Hare suffocated her, and disposed of her in the same manner. About midsummer 1828, a woman with her son or grandson, about 12 years of age, and who seemed to be weak in his mind, came to the house as lodgers. The woman got a dram, and went in bed asleep. He and Hare suffocated her, and the boy was sitting at the fire in the kitchen, and he and Hare took hold of him and carried him into the room, and suffocated him. They were put into a herring barrel the same night, and carried to Dr. Knox's rooms. That soon afterwards the declarant brought a woman to the house as a lodger, and after some days she got drunk and was disposed of in the same manner. The declarant and Hare generally tried if lodgers would drink, and if they would drink they were disposed of in that manner. The declarant then went for a few days to the house of Helen MacDougall's father, and when he returned he learned from Hare that he had disposed of a woman in the declarant's absence in the same manner, in his own house. But the declarant does not say the woman's name or any further particulars of the case, or whether any other person was present or knew of it. That about this time he went to live in Brogan's house, and a woman named Margaret Haldane, daughter of the woman Haldane before mentioned, whose sister is married to Clark, a tinsmith in the High Street, came into the house. But the declarant does not remember for what purpose. She got drunk and was disposed of in the same manner. That Hare was not present, and neither Brogan nor his son knew the least thing about that or any other case of the same kind. That in April 1828 he fell in with the girl Patterson and her companion in Constantine Burke's house, and they had had breakfast together, and he sent for Hare, and he and Hare disposed of her in the same manner. And Mr. Ferguson and a tall lad, who seemed to have known the woman by sight, asked where they had got the body, and the declarant said he had purchased it from an old woman at the back of Canongate. The body was disposed of 5 or 6 hours after the girl was killed, and it was cold but not very stiff. But he does not remember of any remarks being made about the body being warm. One day in September or October 1828, a washerwoman had been washing in the house for some time, and he and Hare suffocated her and disposed of her in the same manner. Soon afterwards a woman named MacDougall, who was a distant relation of Helen MacDougall's first husband, came to Brogan's house to see MacDougall, and after she had been coming and going to the house for a few days, she got drunk, and was served in the same way by the declarant and Hare. That daft Jamie was then disposed of in the manner mentioned in the indictment, except that Hare was concerned in it. That Hare was lying alongside of Jamie in the bed, and Hare suddenly turned on him and put his hand on his mouth and nose, and Jamie, who had got drink but was not drunk, made a terrible resistance, and he and Hare fell from the bed together, Hare still keeping hold of Jamie's mouth and nose, and as they lay on the floor together, declarant lay across Jamie to prevent him from resisting, and they held him in that state till he was dead, and he was disposed of in the same manner. And Hare took a brass snuff-box and a spoon from Jamie's pocket, and kept the box to himself, and never gave it to the declarant, but he gave him the spoon. And the last was the old woman Docherty, for whose murder he has been convicted. That she was not put to death in the manner deponed to by Hare on the trial. That during the scuffle between him and Hare, in the course of which he was nearly strangled by Hare, Docherty had crept among the straw, and after the scuffle was over, they had some drink, and after that they both went forward to where the woman was lying sleeping, and Hare went forward first and seized her by the mouth and nose, as on former occasions, and at the same time the declarant lay across her, and she had no opportunity of making any noise, and before she was dead, one or other of them, he does not recollect which, took hold of her by the throat. That while he and Hare were struggling, which was a real scuffle, MacDougall opened the door of the apartment and went into the inner passage and knocked at the door and called out police and murder, but soon came back, and at the same time Hare's wife called out never to mind, because declarant and Hare would not hurt one another. That whenever he and Hare rose and went towards the straw where Docherty was lying, MacDougall and Hare's wife, who he thinks was lying in bed at the time, or perhaps were at the fire, immediately rose and left the house, but did not make any noise, so far as he heard, and he was surprised at their going out at that time, because he did not see how they could have any suspicion of what they, the declarant and Hare, intended doing. That he cannot say whether he and Hare would have killed Dougherty or not, if the woman had remained, because they were so determined to kill the woman, the drink being in their head, and he has no knowledge or suspicion of Dougherty's body having been offered to any person besides Dr. Knox, and he does not suspect that Patterson would offer the body to any other person than Dr. Knox. Declares that suffocation was not suggested to them by any person as a mode of killing, but occurred to Hare on the first occasion before mentioned, and was continued afterwards because it was effectual, and showed no marks. And when they lay across the body at the same time, that was not suggested to them by any person, for they never spoke to any person on such a subject, and it was not done for the purpose of preventing the person from breathing, but was only done for the purpose of keeping down the person's arms and thighs, to prevent the person struggling. Declares that with the exception of the body of Dougherty, they never took the person by the throat, and they never leapt upon them, and declares that there were no marks of violence on any of the subjects, and they were sufficiently cold to prevent any suspicion on the part of the doctors, and at all events they might be cold and stiff enough before the box was opened up, and he and Hare always told some story of their having purchased the subjects from some relation or other person who had the means of disposing of them about different parts of the town, and the statements which they made were such as to prevent the doctors having any suspicions, and no suspicions were expressed by Dr. Knox or any of his assistants, and no questions asked tending to show that they had suspicion. Declares that MacDougall and Hare's wife were no way concerned in any of the murders, and neither of them knew of anything of the kind being intended, even in the case of Dougherty. And although these two women may laterally have had some suspicion in their own minds that the declarant and Hare were concerned in lifting dead bodies, he does not think they could have any suspicion that he and Hare were concerned in committing murders. Declares that none of the subjects which they had procured, as before mentioned, were offered to any other person than Dr. Knox's assistants, and he and Hare had very little communication with Dr. Knox himself, and declares that he has not the smallest suspicion of any other person in this, or in any other country, except Hare and himself being concerned in killing persons and offering their bodies for dissection, and he never knew or heard of such a thing having been done before. This declaration was signed by Sheriff Tate and Burke. It is curious to notice how in it the criminal endeavors in almost every instance to bring out Hare as the chief actor in the horrible events he describes in a fragmentary way. But it will be remembered that Burke, several times between his conviction and execution, said he would be happy if he were certain Hare would also become a subject for the scaffold. There is little reason to doubt that, had the opportunity been afforded him, he would have turned informer himself, and twisted events in such a way as to have condemned Hare. About 3 weeks later, on the 22nd January, Burke was again before the gentleman to whom he made his confession, on the 3rd of the same month. But there was an addition to the company in the person of the Reverend Mr. Reed, the Catholic priest who had regularly attended him since his condemnation. This gentleman was requested to be present, as the sheriff said in his letter to the Lord Provost, in order to give the confession every degree of authenticity. On this occasion, Burke having expressed his adherence to his former declaration. declares further that he does not know the names and descriptions of any of the persons who were destroyed, except as mentioned in his former declaration. Declares that he was never concerned in any other act of the same kind, nor made any attempt or preparation to commit such, and all reports of a contrary tendency, such of which he has heard, are groundless. And he does not know of Hare being concerned in any such, except as mentioned in his former declaration. And he does not know of any persons being murdered for the purpose of dissection by any other persons than himself and Hare. And if any persons have disappeared anywhere in Scotland, England, or Ireland, he knows nothing whatever about it, and never heard of such a thing till he was apprehended. Declares that he never had any instrument in his house except a common table knife, or a knife used by him in his trade as a shoemaker, or a small pocket knife, and he never used any of those instruments or attempted to do so on any of the persons who were destroyed. Declares that neither he nor Hare, so far as he knows, ever were concerned in supplying any subjects for dissection, except those before mentioned, and in particular never did so by raising dead bodies from the grave. Declares they never allowed Dr. Knox or any of his assistants to know exactly where their houses were. But Patterson, Dr. Knox's porter or doorkeeper, knew. End of section 34. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 35 of The History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 35. The Current Confession of Burke. Details of the crimes. Burke's account of his life. The criminals and Dr. Knox. In the following pages is the current confession of Burke, about which there was so much difficulty and heartburning. It goes more into detail than the official document, and it is interesting to know that the words and sentences in italic were written in by Burke himself. The date on which it was made will be seen at the end to have been 21st January, 1829, a week before the execution. Abigail Simpson was murdered on the 12th February, 1828, on the forenoon of the day. She resided in Gilmerton, near Edinburgh, has a daughter living there. She used to sell salt and camstone. She was decoyed in by Hare and his wife on the afternoon of the 11th February, and he gave her some whiskey to drink. She had 1 shilling and 6pence and a can of kitchen fee. Hare's wife gave her 1 shilling and 6pence for it. She drank it all with them. She then said she had a daughter. Hare said he was a single man, and would marry her and get all the money amongst them. They then proposed to her to stay all night, which she did, as she was so drunk she could not go home, and in the morning was vomiting. They then gave her some porter and whiskey, and made her so drunk that she fell asleep on the bed. Hare then laid hold of her mouth and nose, and prevented her from breathing. Burke held her hands and feet till she was dead. She made very little resistance, and when it was convenient they carried her to Dr. Knox's dissecting rooms in Surgeon Square, and got £10 for her. She had on a drab mantle, a white grounded cotton shawl and blue spots on it. Hare took all her clothes and went out with them, said he was going to put them into the canal. She said she was a pensioner of Sir John Hayes. Perhaps this should be Sir John Hope. The next was an Englishman, a native of Cheshire, and a lodger of Hare's. They murdered him in the same manner as the other. He was ill with the jaundice at the same time. He was very tall, had black hair, brown whiskers, mixed with grey hairs. He used to sell spunks in Edinburgh, was about 40 years of age. did not know his name. Italics. Sold to Dr. Knox for £10. End italics. The next was an old woman who lodged with Hare for one night, but does not know her name. She was murdered in the same manner as above. Italics. Sold to Dr. Knox for £10. End italics. The old woman was decoyed into the house by Mrs. Hare in the forenoon from the street, while Hare was working at the boats at the canal. She gave her whiskey and put her to bed 3 times. At last she was so drunk that she fell asleep, and when Hare came home to his dinner, he put part of the bed tick on her mouth and nose, and when he came home at night, she was dead. Burke was at this time mending shoes, and Hare and Burke took the clothes off her and put her body into a tea-box, took her to Knox's that night. The next was Mary Patterson, who was murdered in Burke's brother's house in the Canongate in the month of April last by Burke and Hare in the forenoon. She was put into a tea-box and carried to Dr. Knox's dissecting rooms in the afternoon of the same day, and got £8 for her body. She had 2 halfpenny, which she held fast in her hand. Declares that the girl Patterson was only 4 hours dead till she was in Knox's dissecting rooms, but she was not dissected at that time, for she was 3 months in whiskey before she was dissected. She was warm when Burke cut the hair off her head, and Knox brought a Mr. Blank, a painter, to look at her. She was so handsome a figure, and well shaped in body and limbs. One of the students said she was like a girl he had seen in the Canongate, as one pea is like to another. They desired Burke to cut off her hair. One of the students gave a pair of scissors for that purpose. In June last, an old woman and a dumb boy, her grandson, from Glasgow, came to Hare's, and were both murdered at the dead hour of night, when the woman was in bed. Burke and Hare murdered her in the same way as they did the others. They took off the bedclothes and tick, stripped off her clothes, and laid her on the bottom of the bed, and then put on the bed tick and bedclothes on the top of her. And they then came and took the boy in their arms and carried him ben to the room, and murdered him in the same manner, and laid him alongside of his grandmother. They lay for the space of an hour. They then put them into a herring barrel. The barrel was perfectly dry, there was no brine in it. They carried them to the stable till next day. They put the barrel into Hare's cart, and Hare's horse was yoked in it. But the horse would not drag the cart 1 foot past the meal market, and they got a porter with a hurley, and put the barrel on it. Hare and the porter went to Surgeon Square with it. Burke went before them, as he was afraid something would happen, as the horse would not draw them. When they came to Dr. Knox's dissecting rooms, Burke carried the barrel in his arms. The students in them had hard work to get them out, being so stiff and cold. They received £16 for them both. Hare was taken in by the horse he bought that refused drawing the corpse to Surgeon Square, and they shot it in the tan-yard. He had 2 large holes in his shoulder stuffed with cotton, and covered over with a piece of another horse's skin to prevent them being discovered. Joseph, the miller by trade, and a lodger of Hare's. He had once been possessed of a good deal of money. He was connected by marriage with some of the Caron Company. Burke and Hare murdered him by pressing a pillow on his mouth and nose till he was dead. He was then carried to Dr. Knox's in Surgeon Square. They got £10 for him. Burke and Helen MacDougall were on a visit seeing their friends near Falkirk. This was the time a procession was made round a stone in that neighbourhood. Thinks it was the anniversary of the Battle of Bannockburn. When he was away, Hare fell in with a woman drunk in the street at the West Port. He took her into his house and murdered her himself, and sold her to Dr. Knox's assistants for £8. When Burke went away, he knew Hare was in want of money. His things were all in pawn, but when he came back, found him have plenty of money. Burke asked him if he had been doing any business. He said he had been doing nothing. Burke did not believe him, and went to Dr. Knox, who told him that Hare had brought a subject. Hare then confessed what he had done. A cinder gatherer. Burke thinks her name was Effie. She was in the habit of selling small pieces of leather to him. Italic. As he was a cobbler. End italic. She gathered about the coachworks. He took her into Hare's stable and gave her whiskey to drink till she was drunk. She then lay down among some straw and fell asleep. They then laid a cloth over her. Burke and Hare murdered her as they did the others. She was then carried to Dr. Knox's, Surgeon Square, and sold for £10. Andrew Williamson, a policeman, and his neighbor were dragging a drunk woman to Westport watch house. They found her sitting on a stair. Burke said, "Let the woman go to her lodgings." They said they did not know where she lodged. Burke then said he would take her to her lodgings. They then gave her to his charge. He then took her to Hare's house. Burke and Hare murdered her that night, the same way as they did the others. They carried her to Dr. Knox's in Surgeon Square and got £10. Burke being asked, "Did the policeman know him when they gave him this drunk woman into his charge?" He said he had a good character with the police, or if they had known that there were 4 murderers living in one house, they would have visited them oftener. James Wilson, commonly called Daft Jamie. Hare's wife brought him in from the street into her house. Burke was, at the time, getting a dram in Reimer's shop. He saw her take Jamie off the street, bareheaded and barefooted. After she got him into her house and left him with Hare, she came to Reimer's shop for a pennyworth of butter, and Burke was standing at the counter. She asked him for a dram, and in drinking it, she stamped him on the foot. He knew immediately what she wanted him for, and he then went after her. When in the house, she said, "You have come too late, for the drink is all done," and Jamie had the cup in his hand. He had never seen him before, to his knowledge. They then proposed to send for another half mutchkin, which they did, and urged him to drink. She took a little with them. They then invited him ben to the little room, and advised him to sit down upon the bed. Hare's wife then went out and locked the outer door, and put the key below the door. There were none in the room but themselves 3. Jamie sat down upon the bed. He then lay down upon the bed, and Hare lay down at his back, his head raised up and resting upon his left hand. Burke was sitting at the foreside of the bed. When they had lain there for some time, Hare threw his body on top of Jamie, pressed his hand on his mouth, and held his nose with the other. Hare and him fell off the bed and struggled. Burke then held his hands and feet. They never quitted their grip till he was dead. He never got up nor cried any. When he was dead, Hare felt his pockets, and took out a brass snuff box and a copper snuff spoon. He gave the spoon to Burke, and kept the box to himself. Some time after, he said he threw away the box in the tan yard, and the brass box that was libeled against Burke in the sheriff's office was Burke's own box. It was after breakfast Jamie was enticed in, and he was murdered by 12 o'clock in the day. Burke declares that Mrs. Hare led poor Jamie in as a dumb lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep to the shearers, and he was always very anxious making inquiries for his mother, and was told she would be there immediately. He does not think he drank above 1 glass of whiskey all the time. He was then put into a closet that Hare kept clothes in, and they carried him to Dr. Knox's in Surgeon Square that afternoon, and got £10 for him. Burke gave Daft Jamie's clothes to his brother's children. They were almost naked, and when he untied the bundle, they were like to quarrel about them. The clothes of the other murdered persons were generally destroyed, to prevent detection. Anne McDougall, a cousin of Helen McDougall's former husband. She was a young woman and married, and had come on a visit to see them. Hare and Burke gave her whiskey till she was drunk, and when in bed and asleep, Burke told Hare that he would have most to do with her, as, she being a distant friend, he did not like to begin first on her. Hare murdered her by stopping her breath, and Burke assisted him the same way as the others. One of Dr. Knox's assistants, Patterson, gave them a fine trunk to put her into. It was in the afternoon when she was done. It was in John Broggan's house, and when Brougham came home from his work he saw the trunk, and made inquiries about it, as he knew they had no trunks there. Burke then gave him 2 or 3 drams, as there was always plenty of whiskey going at these times, to make him quiet. Hare and Burke then gave him £1 10 each, as he was back in his rent, for to pay it, and he left Edinburgh a few days after. They then carried her to Surgeon Square as soon as Brougham went out of the house, and got £10 for her. Hare was a cautioner for Brougham's rent, being £3, and Hare and Burke gave him that sum. Brougham went off in a few days, and the rent is not paid yet. They gave him the money that he might not come against them for the murder of Anne MacDougall, that he saw in the trunk, that was murdered in his house. Hare thought that the rent would fall upon him, and if he could get Burke to pay the half of it, it would be so much the better, and proposed this to Burke, and he agreed to it, as they were glad to get him out of the way. Brougham's wife is a cousin of Burke's. They thought he went to Glasgow, but are not sure. Mrs. Haldane, a stout old woman, who had a daughter transported last summer from the Calton jail for 14 years, and has another daughter married to in the High Street. She was a lodger of Hare's. She went into Hare's stable. The door was left open, and she being drunk, and falling asleep among some straw, Hare and Burke murdered her, the same way as they did the others, and kept the body all night in the stable, and took her to Dr. Knox's next day. She had but 1 tooth in her mouth, and that was a very large one in front. A young woman, a daughter of Mrs. Haldane, of the name of Peggy Haldane, was drunk, and sleeping in Brougham's house, was murdered by Burke himself in the forenoon. Hare had no hand in it. She was taken to Dr. Knox's in the afternoon in a tea box, and £8 got for her. She was so drunk at the time that he thinks she was not sensible of her death, as she made no resistance whatever. She and her mother were both lodgers of Hare's, and they were both of idle habits and much given to drinking. This was the only murder that Burke committed by himself, but what Hare was connected with. She was laid with her face downwards, and he pressed her down, and she was soon suffocated. There was a Mrs. Hostler washing in John Brougham's, and she came back next day to finish up the clothes, and when done, Hare and Burke gave her some whiskey to drink, which made her drunk. This was in the daytime. She then went to bed. Mrs. Brougham was out at the time. Hare and Burke murdered her in the same way as they did the others, and put her in a box, and set her in the coal house in the passage, and carried her off to Dr. Knox's in the afternoon of the same day, and got £8 for her. Brougham's wife was out of the house at the time the murder was committed. Mrs. Hostler had 9 halfpenny in her hand, which they could scarcely get out of it after she was dead, so firmly was it grasped. The woman Campbell or Docherty was murdered on the 31st October last, and she was the last one. Burke declares that Hare perjured himself on his trial when giving evidence against him, as the woman Campbell or Docherty lay down among some straw at the bedside, and Hare laid hold of her mouth and nose and pressed her throat, and Burke assisted him in it till she was dead. Hare was not sitting on a chair at the time, as he said in court. There were 7 shillings in the woman's pocket, which were divided between Hare and Burke. That was the whole of them, 16 in whole. 9 were murdered in Hare's house, and 4 in John Brougham's, 2 in Hare's stable, and 1 in Burke's brother's house in the Canongate. Burke declares that 5 of them were murdered in Hare's room that has the iron bolt in the inside of it. Burke did not know the days nor the months the different murders were committed, nor all their names. They were generally in a state of intoxication at those times, and paid little attention to them, but they were all from 12th February till 1st November, 1828. But he thinks Dr. Knox will know by the dates of paying the money for them. He was never concerned with any other person but Hare in those matters, and was never a resurrectionist, and never dealt in dead bodies but what he murdered. He was urged by Hare's wife to murder Helen MacGregor, the woman he lived with. The plan was that he was to go to the country for a few weeks, and then write to Hare that she had died and was buried, and he was to tell this to deceive the neighbors, but he would not agree to it. The reason was they could not trust her, as she was a Scotchwoman. Helen MacGregor was not present when these murders were committed. She might have a suspicion of what was doing, but did not see them done. Hare was always the most anxious about them, and could sleep well at night after committing a murder. But Burke repented often of the crime, and could not sleep without a bottle of whiskey by his bedside and a twopenny candle to burn all night beside him. When he awoke, he would take a draught of the bottle, sometimes half a bottle at a draught, and that would make him sleep. They had a great many pointed out for murder, but were disappointed of them by some means or other. They were always in a drunken state when they committed those murders, and when they got the money for them, while it lasted. When done, they would pawn their clothes, and would take them out as soon as they got a subject. When they first began this murdering system, they always took them to Dr. Knox's after dark, but being so successful, they went in the daytime, and grew more bold. When they carried the girl Patterson to Knox's, there were a great many boys in the high school yards who followed Burke and the man that carried her, crying, "They are carrying a corpse!" But they got her safe delivered. They often said to one another that no person could find them out, no one being present at the murders but themselves too, and that they might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. They made it their business to look out for persons to decoy into their homes to murder them. Burke declares when they kept the mouth and nose shut a very few minutes, they could make no resistance, but would convulse and make a rumbling noise in their bellies for some time. After they ceased crying and making resistance, they left them to die of themselves. But their bodies would often move afterwards, and for some time they would have long breathings before life went away. Burke declares that it was God's providence that put a stop to their murdering career, or he does not know how far they might have gone with it, even to attack people on the streets, as they were so successful and always met with a ready market, that when they delivered a body they were always told to get more. Hare was always with him when he went with a subject, and also when he got the money. Burke declares that Hare and him had a plan made up, that Burke and a man were to go to Glasgow or Ireland and try the same there, and to forward them to Hare, and he was to give them to Dr. Knox. Hare's wife always got £1 of Burke's share, for the use of the house, of all that were murdered in their house. For if the price received was £10, Hare got £6 and Burke only got £4. But Burke did not give her the £1 for Daft Jamie, for which Hare's wife would not speak to him for 3 weeks. They could get nothing done during the harvest time, and also after harvest, as Hare's house was so full of lodgers. In Hare's house were 8 beds for lodgers. They paid 3 shillings each, and 2 and sometimes 3 slept in a bed, and during harvest they gave up their own bed when throng. Burke declares they went under the name of resurrection men in the West Port where they lived, but not murderers. When they wanted money, they would say they would go and look for a shot. That was the name they gave them when they wanted to murder any person. They entered into a contract with Dr. Knox and his assistants that they were to get £10 in winter and £8 in summer, for as many subjects as they could bring to them. Old Donald, a pensioner, who lodged in Hare's house and died of a dropsy, was the first subject they sold. After he was put into the coffin and the lid put on, Hare unscrewed the nails and Burke lifted the body out. Hare filled the coffin with bark from the tan yard and put a sheet over the bark, and it was buried in the west churchyard. The coffin was furnished by the parish. Hare and Burke took him to the college first. They saw a man there and asked for Dr. Munro or any of his men. The man asked what they wanted, or had they a subject. They said they had. He then ordered them to call at 10 o'clock at Dr. Knox's in Surgeon Square, and he would take it from them, which they did. They got £7 10 shillings for him. That was the only subject they sold that they did not murder, and getting that high price made them try the murdering for subjects. Burke is 36 years of age, was born in the parish of Ory, County Tyrone, served 7 years in the army, most of that time as an officer's servant in the Donegal militia. He was married at Ballina, in the county of Mayo, when in the army, but left his wife and 2 children in Ireland. She would not come to Scotland with him. He has often wrote to her, but got no answer. He came to Scotland to work at the Union Canal, and wrought there while it lasted. He resided for about 2 years in Peebles, and worked as a laborer. He wrought as weaver for 18 months, and as a baker for 5 months. He learned to mend shoes as a cobbler, with a man he lodged with in Leith, and he has lived with Helen MacDougall for about 10 years, until he and she were confined in the Calton jail, on the charge of murdering the woman of the name of Docherty or Campbell, and both were tried before the High Court of Justiciary in December last. Helen MacDougall's charge was found not proven, and Burke found guilty, and sentenced to suffer death on the 28th January. Declares that Hare's servant girl could give information respecting the murders done in Hare's house if she likes. She came to him at Whitsunday last, went to the harvest, and returned back to him when the harvest was over. She remained until he was confined along with his wife in the Calton jail. She then sold 21 of his swine for £3 and absconded. She was gathering potatoes in a field that day Daft Jamie was murdered. She saw his clothes in the house when she came home at night. Her name is Elizabeth Maguire or Mare. Their wives saw that people came into their houses at night and went to bed as lodgers, but did not see them in the morning, nor did they make any inquiries after them. They certainly knew what became of them, although Burke and Hare pretended to the contrary. Hare's wife often helped Burke and Hare to pack the murdered bodies into the boxes. Helen MacDougall never did, nor saw them done. Burke never durst let her know. He used to smuggle and drink, and get better victuals unknown to her. He told her he bought dead bodies and sold them to doctors, and that was the way they got the name of resurrection men. Italics. Burke declares that Dr. Knox never encouraged him, neither taught nor encouraged him to murder any person, neither any of his assistants. That worthy gentleman Mr. Ferguson was the only man that ever mentioned anything about the bodies. He inquired where we got that young woman, Patterson. Signed, William Burke, prisoner. Condemned cell, January 21st, 1829. End italics. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of the History of Burke and Hare, and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 36. The Fate of Hare. Mrs. Hare in Glasgow. Rescued from the mob. Her escape to Ireland, and subsequent career. Helen MacDougall, Burke's wife, in Ireland. In a previous chapter, the escape of Hare from Scotland and the stirring events that accompanied it have been minutely described. What became of him after that is not really known. He dropped out of sight as rapidly as he had emerged into public ken. Long afterwards it was stated that an old white-haired blind man, led by a dog, was in the habit of frequenting one of the busiest corners in London, begging from the passers-by, and this poor unfortunate was identified as Hare. The statement, however, was made on no definite authority. Again, some 20 years ago, a London newspaper gave currency to a statement that Hare had died shortly before in Canada, whither he had found refuge. But whether the fact was as given to the public was never authoritatively known. If it were the case, He would at the time of death be a man of between 60 and 70 years of age. But while he thus escaped from the scene of his crimes to some land where he was unknown, the memory of his deeds impressed itself strongly on the minds of the people of Scotland, and there was a tendency to blame him and his wretched accomplices with offences of which it must be assumed they were innocent. Thus, in the Edinburgh Evening Courant of the 14th of February, 1829, it was stated that an investigation was then going on in the city relative to a murder committed some time before in Shields, the matter being similar to that adopted by the Westport experts. The object of the inquiry was said to be to ascertain whether Hare or Burke were in or out of Edinburgh at the time the crime was committed. It was even rumored that Hare had been apprehended in Newcastle on a charge of being concerned in the deed. But this was not the case, and it would seem as if nothing came of the inquiry in Edinburgh, for no further mention is made of it. As for Mrs. Hare, we must go back a little and trace her liberation and the adventures through which she had to go before she left the country. She was detained in custody for some time after the trial, for of course it would have been unwise and unsafe for the authorities to have risked her life at the mercy of an excited and unreasoning mob. On Monday, the 26th of January, 2 days before the execution of Burke, she was liberated from Carlton Hill Jail. Unfortunately for her, she was recognized while crossing the bridges, and an immense crowd gathered round her. The day was convenient for people showing their ill feeling in a comparatively mild way, for the streets were under a thick covering of snow. Once the cry of recognition was raised, she was pelted by heavy volleys of snowballs, and only a feeling of sympathy for the child the woman carried in her arms prevented the mob from proceeding to more extreme measures. The police interfered, and for safety took Mrs. Hare to the lockup, where she remained until the evening. As twilight was coming over the city, she slipped out of the office and left Edinburgh. What became of Mrs. Hare and her helpless infant during the next fortnight is not known, but nothing was heard of her until the Glasgow Chronicle of Tuesday, 10th February, announced that on that day she had been rescued by the police from the fury of a Glasgow mob. She must have travelled on foot between the two cities, a weary, miserable pilgrimage, avoiding discovery, and often sleeping by roadsides and hayricks, with the inevitable feeling of a misspent, if not a criminal life. The Chronicle, speaking of her, spoke of her as the celebrated Mrs. Hare, and stated that the Carlton, Glasgow police had to lodge her in a police cell to save her and her child from an infuriated populace. Her statement was that she had been lodging in the Carlton for 4 nights, with her infant and her bit duds, and that those with whom she resided were not aware of her identity. She had managed so well thus far that she had hoped to be able to leave Glasgow without detection. In order to ensure this, she had been in the habit of keeping the house during the day, and occasionally in the early morning or in the twilight she had ventured to the Broomy Law to see when a vessel would be ready to sail for Ireland, whither she hoped to be taken. Hitherto she had been disappointed. She had gone out that morning with the same object, and while returning to her lodgings by way of Clyde Street, she was recognized by a drunken woman, who shouted out, "Hare's wife! Burke her!" and set the example to the large crowd that rapidly gathered by throwing a large stone at the unfortunate woman. The people were not slow to set upon Mrs. Hare, and heaped upon her every indignity they could imagine. She escaped from her persecutors and fled into the Carlton, but she was pursued there, and was experiencing very rough treatment when the police rescued her. In the station house, she seemed to be completely overcome, and occasionally bursting into tears, she bewailed her unhappy situation, which she declared had been brought about by Hare's profligacy. All she desired, she told her listeners, was to get across the Channel to Ireland, where she hoped to end her days in some remote spot near her native place, where she would live in retirement and penitence. As for Hare, she would never live with him again. Owing to the threatening attitude of the populace, the authorities saw they must themselves devise means for Mrs. Hare's safe removal to Ireland. On the afternoon of her rescue, an immense crowd surrounded the police office, expecting to see her depart, but it was feared that the spirit of riot might again break forth with renewed vigor. She was detained in custody until Thursday, the 12th of February, when she sailed from the Broomy Law in the steamer Fingal for Belfast, which port was not far from her native place. Like her husband, in his escape from Dumfries, she had to leave the country without her bundle of clothing, which had gone astray when the people attacked her on the streets. While the Fingal lay at Greenock to take in cargo, Mrs. Hare was under the guardianship of the local police, and it was to but a few that she was known to have been in the town until after her departure. Mrs. Hare thus arrived in Ireland, and all definite traces of her were lost. Leighton, however, obtained some information which probably relates to this unfortunate woman. Writing in 1861, the author of The Court of Cacus says, "Not long ago, we were told by a lady who was in Paris about the year 1850, that having occasion for a nurse, she employed a woman apparently between 60 and 70 years of age. She gave her name as Mrs. Hare, and upon being questioned whether she had been ever in Scotland, she denied it, stating that she came from Ireland. Yet she often sang Scotch songs, and what brings out the suspicion that she was the real Mrs. Hare the more is that she had a daughter whose age, over 30, agrees perfectly with that of the infant she had in her arms when in court. In addition to all this, the woman's face was just that of the picture published at the time." Helen MacDougall was no more fortunate in her treatment by the populace. Mention has already been made of the riot that followed her liberation, and it has also been stated that she was seen out of Edinburgh by the police. She returned and offered to supply the Lord Advocate with information that would hang Hare, and probably among her statements was the story that was said to have been told by her after Burke's execution. Burke and Hare were one night drinking heavily, and in the course of a discussion on their prospects with the doctors, the former asked his companion, "What will we do when we can get no more bodies?" Hare coolly replied, "We can never be absolutely at a loss while our 2 wives remain, but that will only be when we are hard up." This was overheard by one of the women, and is another particle of evidence showing they were not so ignorant of the desperate nature of the enterprise engaged in by the men. When MacDougall finally left Edinburgh, she went towards the home of her relatives in Stirlingshire, but they would have nothing to do with her, and drove her away. She sought an asylum in the neighborhood of Carnworth, but she was recognized and roughly treated, and again at New Bigging she had to run the gauntlet of an infuriated mob. Towards the end of January 1829, A woman was severely abused in Lanark under the idea that she was MacDougall, and the mistake was only discovered after she had been severely injured. The unfortunate person turned out to be a woman recently arrived from Fort William. About the beginning of February, MacDougall passed through Newcastle on her way south. The police ordered her out of the town and escorted her to the Blue Stone, which stood on the center of the Tyne Bridge, marking the boundary between the counties of Northumberland and Durham. And there she was saluted by execrations and showers of stones from the populace of Gateshead. What became of her after this is unknown, but long ere now she must have gone to her account. But perhaps there is no more affecting part of the terrible story of the Westport murders than is discovered by a letter received by an Edinburgh gentleman from the Reverend Anthony Corcoran, Roman Catholic curate at Kilmore May, near Ballina. The gentleman had written to Ireland requesting the clergyman to make inquiries regarding Burke's wife. Mr. Corcoran sent the following reply, dated 26th January, 1829. I have minutely inquired into the conduct of the unfortunate Burke, and I feel much pleasure in assuring you that there was not a blot on his character for the time he lived in Ballina. After the receipt of your letter, I sent for Margaret Coleman, Burke's wife, to whom I communicated the sad news of the awful death that awaited her ill-fated husband. She was prepared for the shock for some time. She was acquainted with her husband's criminal intercourse with the notorious MacDougall. I fear that the companions of his travels from this country were his companions in blood in Scotland, and that every religious impression is blotted from their minds. By this time the newspapers had ceased to pay much attention to the Westport tragedies, the Catholic emancipation question beginning to agitate the country, while parliamentary reform was being strongly pushed to the front, but they gave circulation to occasional pieces of gossip. It was stated that when old Abigail Simpson from Gilmerton was lying intoxicated in the house in Tanner's Close, Burke and Hare sat carousing by the fireside. "Do you hear that?" remarked Hare to his companion, as he listened to the woman's heavy breathing. "It would not be difficult to take her where we took Donald." This was the suggestion for the first murder. End of chapter 36. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 37 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 37. Dr. Knox's connection with Burke and Hare. His egotism. Knox's criticism of Liston and his assistants. Hanging Knox's effigy. Popular tumults. Demand that he should be put on trial. As yet, Dr. Knox had done nothing to allay the irritation which existed towards him in the public mind. In the eyes of many, he seemed a greater criminal than even Burke and Hare, and outspoken and unthinking people went the length of declaring that these misguided men were but instruments in his hands, obeying his behests and receiving pay for what their master knew to be murderous work. This was certainly much too harsh a judgment, but the doctor was, unfortunately, a man of such peculiar temperament that a large section of the people was willing to give credence to any kind of story, however serious, regarding him. And it must be confessed that this dislike towards him was shared in by not a few of his professional brethren, who had suffered from his overweening self-conceit and pride, and who felt that the exposure of the resurrectionist system, with which they were all more or less forced, through the scarcity of subjects, to be connected, could not have happened in relation to a more suitable man. Even while Knox was alive, spending the last years of his life in London, Leighton writes of him in terms far from complimentary. Having referred to the professional and even personal jealousy that existed between the rival teachers of anatomy in Edinburgh and their students, Leighton says, "Unfortunately, the characters of the leaders, with the exception of Monroe, were not calculated to temper this zeal with discretion, or throw a veil of decency over the transactions of low men, which, however justified, as many said, by the necessities of science, were hostile to the instincts of nature, and fearfully resented by the feelings of relatives. Liston was accused, whether justly or not, of wiling patients from the infirmary to set off by his brilliant operations the imperfections of the regular surgeons of that institution, and great as he was in his profession, it is certain that he wanted that simplicity and dignity of character necessary to secure to him respect in proportion to the admiration due to his powers. But Knox was a man of a far more complex organization, if it was indeed possible to analyze him. A despair to the physiognomus who contemplated his rough, irregular countenance, with a blind eye resembling a grape, he was not less a difficulty to the psychologist. There seemed to be no principle whereby you could think of binding him down to a line of duty, and a universal sneer, not limited to mundane powers, formed that contrast to an imputed self-perfection, not without the evidence of very great scientific accomplishments. Having told of an unscrupulous practical joke played by Knox on Professor Jameson, Leighton proceeds, "Even the bitterness of soul towards competitors was not sufficiently gratified by the pouring forth of the Tophana spirit of his sarcasm. He behoved to hold the phial with refined fingers, and rub the liquid into the raw with the soft touch of love. The affected attenuation of voice and forced retinue of feeling, sometimes degenerating into a puppy's simper, bore such a contrast to the acerbity of the matter, that the effect, though often ludicrous, was increased tenfold." Here are two samples of Knox's egotism, taken from his lectures to the students. "Gentlemen, I may mention that I have already taught the science of anatomy to about 5,000 medical men, now spread over the surface of the earth, and some of these have turned out most remarkable for their knowledge, genius, and originality, for they now occupy some of the most conspicuous and trying positions in Europe." Again, "Before commencing today's lecture, I am compelled by the sacred calls of duty to notice an extraordinary surgical operation which has this morning been performed in a neighboring building, by a gentleman, Mr. Liston, who, I believe, regards himself as the first surgeon in Europe. A country laborer from the neighborhood of Tranent came to the infirmary a few days ago with an aneurism of considerable extent, connected with one of the large arteries of the neck, and, notwithstanding of its being obvious to the merest tyro that it was an aneurism, the most distinguished surgeon in Europe, after an apparently searching examination, pronounced it to be an abscess. Accordingly, this professional celebrity, who, among other things, plumes himself upon the wonderful strength of his hands and arms, without pretension to head, and is an amateur member of the ring, plunged his knife into what he thus foolishly imagined to be an abscess, and the blood bursting forth from the deep gash in the aneurismal sac, the patient was dead in a few seconds. This notable member of the profession is actually an extra-academical lecturer on surgery in this great metropolis, and on this occasion was assisted by a gentleman similarly constituted, both intellectually and physically, who had been trained up under the fostering care of a learned professor, Monroe, in a certain university, who inherited his anatomical genius from his ancestors, and who has recently published a work on the anatomy of the human body, in which, among other notabilities, no notice is taken of the pericardium. Tracing the assistant of our distinguished operator further back, I have discovered that he had originally apprenticed to a butcher of this city, but that he had been dismissed from this service for stealing a sheep's head and trotters from his employer's shambles. It is surely unnecessary for me to add that a knowledge of anatomy, physiology, pathology, and surgery is neither connected with nor dependent upon brute force, ignorance, and presumption, nor has it anything to do with an utter destitution of honor and common honesty. This extraordinary speech was listened to with interest and applauded by the great body of the students, though a few of them, by hisses, gave expression to their opinion that Dr. Knox had himself overstepped the bounds of prudence, and had shown an utter destitution of honor and common honesty. It was little wonder, then, that Dr. Knox was so universally detested, and that the great body of the people, agitated by the disclosures at the trial of Burke and MacGregor, should show their dislike to him, in a manner they might not have adopted had he been a man who had hitherto received the respect of his fellows. On Thursday, the 12th of February, 1829, the inhabitants of Edinburgh made an extraordinary demonstration against him. On that day a large crowd assembled in the Calton district of the city, and, having formed in marching order, they proceeded up Leith Street and over the bridges to the Old Town, while in the front was borne what one of the contemporary newspapers described as an effigy of a certain doctor who has been rendered very obnoxious to the public by recent events. The figure, the chronicler continued, was pretty well decked out in a suit of clothes, and the face and head bore a tolerable resemblance to the person intended to be represented. On the back was a label bearing the words, "Knox, the associate of the infamous Hare." While the mob was crossing the South Bridge, a strong, resolute policeman attempted, single-handed, to disperse them, as he saw a riot would inevitably occur if they were allowed to parade the streets much longer, if that, indeed, were not the main purpose of the gathering. But his zeal was not tempered by discretion, otherwise he would not have attempted such a foolhardy task. The people easily drove him back, and he was in the struggle injured by the many blows aimed at him. As the crowd passed on towards Newington, it increased in size. When they arrived in the district where Dr. Knox resided, the effigy was hanged by the neck to the branch of a tree. Fire also was put under it, but that soon went out, and the figure was torn to pieces amid the huzzas of the assembled thousands. Up to this period the crowd had behaved in a sort of good-natured fashion, and had resorted to no actual violence, though at times its playfulness had a dash of horseplay about it. But now matters assumed a threatening aspect, and a movement was made towards Dr. Knox's house, which it seemed to be intended to attack. The city authorities had become alarmed at the appearance of affairs, and, having collected all their forces, the city watchmen, under Captain Stewart, the superintendent, and a superior officer in another department of the municipal service, marched quickly towards Newington to suppress the tumult, and prevent, if possible, further popular excesses. The superintendent and another officer, in advance of their force, entered Knox's house by the rear, and from the front door they made a determined charge upon the crowd who had assembled there. The people instantly retreated to the other side of the road, and commenced throwing stones, from the first volley of which Captain Stewart and his colleague were severely injured. No further rioting took place at this time, and no property was destroyed beyond some panes of glass in the window of Knox's and the adjoining houses. After a time the crowd, which consisted for the most part of boys and young lads, among whom 8 or 10 bakers were the most active, quietly dispersed, but large groups assembled in various parts of the city. Another crowd, also composed mostly of boys, gathered later in the day, and, armed with sticks, they marched towards the High Street, which they paraded for some time. Before they could do any mischief, a strong body of police met them opposite the Tron Church, and after a short interval they dispersed. In the vicinity of the West Port another mob had collected, and marched down the Grass Market along the Cowgate to the Horsewind, breaking the glass in the windows of the south and west sides of the college. Several of the ringleaders of another crowd, which took up its quarters in the Cowgate, were apprehended by the police. Edinburgh was now in a fairly riotous state, excited mobs pacing the city in all directions. The police found themselves little more than able to cope with the tumultuous spirit that was abroad, for no sooner had a threatened or active disturbance been quelled in one district than matters had assumed a serious aspect in another, some distance off. They were thus kept at most fatiguing duty. In spite of all their efforts, they were unable to prevent another attack on Dr. Knox's house. About 7 o'clock in the evening, an immense concourse of people marched to Newington, and, surrounding the doctor's residence, they threw stones at it until not a pane of glass in the windows of it or the adjoining was whole. An attempt was also made to force Knox's premises in Surgeon Square, but a strong party of police completely repelled the attack. At last, as the night advanced, the excited populace returned to their homes, and the city was again quiet. In the course of the day the police had been able to apprehend some 20 persons who had been conspicuous in the rioting in the various parts of Edinburgh. It is an interesting and curious fact that some of the newspapers supported the people in their riotous proceedings. Speaking of the disturbances already noted, the Edinburgh Weekly Chronicle said, "Since the grand spectacle of the execution of Dr. Knox in effigy was exhibited, about 23 of those concerned in it have been fined in sums of from 5 to 40 shillings. We understand that all these have been defrayed out of a stock purse previously collected. Some of the rioters had large quantities of gunpowder upon them. Another auto da fe is meditated, on which occasion the cavalcade will move in the direction of Portobello, where, it is supposed, the doctor burrows at night. As we have said before, the agitation of public feeling will never subside till the city be released of this man's presence, or until his innocence be manifested. In justice to himself, if he is innocent, in justice to the public, if he is guilty, he ought to be put upon his trial. The police have a duty to perform, and it gives us pleasure to hear that they discharged it with promptitude; but the feelings of nature, when outraged as they have been in an immeasurable degree, will soar superior to all dignities. It scarcely ever was known that a populace entered upon acts of irregular justice when there was not extreme official apathy." End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 38. Inquiry into Dr. Knox's relations with Burke and Hare. Report of Investigating Committee. The violent outbreak of public feeling described in the last chapter against Dr. Knox seems at last to have moved him to take some means to clear himself from the imputations cast upon him for his connection with Burke and Hare, and to attempt to set himself right with the people, who were likely to proceed to even more extreme measures than any to which they had yet resorted. Accordingly, it was intimated in the Courant of Thursday, 12 February, that, at the desire of Dr. Knox and his friends, 10 gentlemen, with the Marquis of Queensberry at their head, had agreed to make a full and fair investigation into all Dr. Knox's dealings with the Westport criminals, and to make a report to the public. In the same newspaper, on Monday, the 23rd of February, it was stated simply that the noble Marquis had withdrawn from the Committee of Investigation. No reason for this withdrawal is given. The Committee of Investigation certainly took plenty of time to inquire into the matter they had undertaken, and to prepare their report, for it was not until Saturday, the 21st of March, 1829, that the result of their labors was published in the Courant. This report, certainly by no means the least important document in connection with the Westport tragedies in their relationship to medical science, was as follows. The committee who, at the request of Dr. Knox, undertook to investigate the truth or falsehood of the rumors in circulation regarding him, have gone into an extensive examination of evidence, in the course of which they have courted information from every quarter. They have been readily furnished with all which they required from Dr. Knox himself, and though they have failed in some attempts to procure evidence, they have in most quarters succeeded in obtaining it, and especially from those persons who have been represented to them as having spoken the most confidently in support of those rumors, and they have unanimously agreed on the following report. 1. The committee have seen no evidence that Dr. Knox or his assistants knew that murder was committed in procuring any of the subjects brought to his rooms, and the committee firmly believe that they did not. 2. On the question whether any suspicion of murder at any time existed in Dr. Knox's mind, the committee would observe that there were certainly several circumstances, already known to the public, regarding some of the subjects brought by Burke and Hare, which, now that the truth has come out, appear calculated to excite their suspicion, particularly the very early period after death at which they were brought to the rooms, and the absence of external marks of disease, together with the opinion previously expressed by Dr. Knox, in common with most other anatomists, of the generally abandoned character of persons engaged in this traffic. But on the other hand, the committee, after most anxious enquiry, have found no evidence of their actually having excited it in the mind of Dr. Knox or of any other of the individuals who saw the bodies of these unfortunate persons prior to the apprehension of Burke. These bodies do not appear in any instance to have borne external marks by which it could have been known whether they had died by violence, or suddenly from natural causes, or from disease of short duration. And the mode of protracted anatomical dissection practiced in this and other similar establishments is such as would have made it very difficult to ascertain the cause of death, even if special inquiry had been instituted with that intention. No evidence whatever has come before the committee that any suspicion of murder was expressed to Dr. Knox by any one either of his assistants or of his very numerous class, amounting to upwards of 400 students, or other persons who were in the practice of frequently visiting his rooms. And there are several circumstances in his conduct, particularly the complete publicity with which his establishment was managed, and his anxiety to lay each subject before the students as soon as possible after its reception, which seemed to the committee to indicate that he had no suspicion of the atrocious means by which they had been procured. It has also been proved, to the satisfaction of the committee, that no mutilation or disfigurement of any kind was ever practiced with a view to conceal the features, or abstract unreasonably any part of the body, the presence of which would have facilitated detection. And it appears clearly that the subjects brought by Burke and Hare were dissected in the same protracted manner as those procured from any other quarter. 3. The committee have thought it proper to inquire further whether there was anything faulty or negligent in the regulations under which the subjects were received into Dr. Knox's rooms, which gave or might give a peculiar facility to the disposal of the bodies obtained by these crimes, and on this point they think it their duty to state their opinion fully. It appears in evidence that Dr. Knox had formed and expressed the opinion, long prior to any dealing with Burke and Hare, that a considerable supply of subjects for anatomical purposes might be procured by purchase, and without any crime, from the relatives or connections of deceased persons of the lowest ranks of society. In forming this opinion, whether mistaken or not, the committee cannot consider Dr. Knox to have been culpable. They believe that there is nothing contrary to the law of the land in procuring subjects for dissection in that way, and they know that the opinion which Dr. Knox had formed on this point, though never acted on to any extent in this country, has been avowed by others of the highest character in the profession. But they think that Dr. Knox acted on this opinion in a very incautious manner. This preconceived opinion seems to have led him to give a ready ear to the plausible stories of Burke, who appears, from all the evidence before the committee, to have conducted himself with great address and appearance of honesty, as well in his connections with Dr. Knox as in his more frequent intercourse with his assistants, and always to have represented himself as engaged in negotiations of that description, and occasionally to have asked and obtained money in advance to enable him and his associate to conclude bargains. Unfortunately, also, Dr. Knox has been led, apparently in consequence of the extent and variety of his avocations, to entrust the dealings with persons supplying subjects, and the reception of the subjects bought, to his assistants, 7 in number, and to his doorkeeper, indiscriminately. It appears also that he directed or allowed these dealings to be conducted on the understanding, common to him with some other anatomists, that it would only tend to diminish or divert the supply of subjects to make any particular inquiry of the persons bringing them. In these respects, the committee consider the practice which was then adopted in Dr. Knox's rooms, whatever be the usage in this or other establishments in regard to subjects obtained in the ordinary way, to have been very improper in the case of persons bringing bodies which had not been interred. They think that the notoriously bad character of persons who generally engage in such traffic, in addition to the novelty and particular nature of the system on which these men profess to be acting, undoubtedly demanded greater vigilance. The extent, therefore, to which, judging from the evidence which they have been able to procure, the committee think Dr. Knox can be blamed on account of transactions with Burke and Hare is that by this laxity of the regulations under which bodies were received into his rooms, he unintentionally gave a degree of facility to the disposal of the victims of their crimes, which, under better regulation, would not have existed, and which is doubtless matter of deep and lasting regret, not only to himself, but to all who have reflected on the importance, and are therefore interested in the prosecution of the study of anatomy. But while they point out this circumstance as the only ground of censure which they can discover in the conduct of Dr. Knox, it is fair to observe that perhaps the recent disclosures have made it appear reprehensible to many who would not otherwise have adverted to its possible consequences. This report was signed by John Robeson, Chairman, James Russell, Thomas Allen, W. P. Allison, George Ballingall, George Sinclair, W. Hamilton, John Robeson for M.P. Brown, Esquire, and John Shaw Stewart. The intention of the committee, evidently, was by it to clear Dr. Knox from the aspersions cast upon him, and this was a result far from satisfactory to a very large section of the community. The feeling was that Patterson, the doorkeeper mentioned in the report, was, as that individual himself put it, being made the scapegoat for a personage in higher life. However, the matter was allowed to rest there. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 39. English Newspapers on the Westport Tragedies. The Sun and its idea of the popular feeling. Grey and his wife. These strange ongoings in Edinburgh, it has been seen, met with the approval of the greater number of the Scotch newspapers. But many journals of the southern side of the border professed an utmost horror at the manifestations made by the populace of Edinburgh against the Westport murderers. Indeed, so much was this the case that the Times was constrained to speak in this way. Some of our contemporaries affect to be shocked at the shouts of disgust and horror against the miscreant Burke, which broke from the excited populace of Edinburgh while witnessing the legal retribution for his crimes. We are more shocked at this sickly and sickening pretense to fine feeling by these newspapers. The exclamations of the Scotch were ebullitions of virtuous and honest resentment against the perpetrator of cruelties unheard of. We honor them for it. They prove themselves to be unsophisticated men. That certainly is a generous view of the conduct of the crowd at the execution, but perhaps as generous, and certainly a more thoughtful and fair one, was taken by the Sunday Times. The extraordinary sensation created by Burke's atrocities caused a display of feeling on the part of the populace, while the last dreadful ceremonies were in progress, similar to that witnessed in England when the wretched Jonathan Wild and when the cruel Brownriggs suffered at Tyburn. In that awful hour, when the hand of justice is about to descend on the devoted sinner, it were to be wished that no clamorous shouts of abhorrence or of sympathy should interrupt the parting prayer, which would fit the crime-stained spirit for the passage. But certainly, if any excuse can be offered for exulting over the dying agonies of a victim, it is furnished by the extraordinary guilt of the sufferer in the present case. At the time of the trial, the London Sun contained some comments on the few circumstances connected with the tragedies, which had been revealed to the public by the Scotch newspapers before that great event shed a flood of light and information upon the actual nature of the occurrence. The writer of the article was apparently ignorant of the real state of matters, founding only on a few scattered and not very accurate paragraphs that published, and not being within hearing of the vague rumors of impending revelation which circulated in Edinburgh, and from it gradually over the whole of Scotland. The editor of the Caledonian Mercury, however, took the matter up, and being able to read between the lines, he penned an admirable article upon the production of his English contemporary. He thought some specimens of the ignorance, presumption, and talent for abuse in the Sun would amuse his readers, and on the same principle, and as having a direct bearing on the subject in hand, the following quotation is made. "The Scotch character," quoth the luminary, "is amusingly developed in the comments made by the different Edinburgh and Glasgow papers on the subject of the late Westport murders. Each journal seems to think its own honor implicated in the business, and hastens to prove, first, that Burke and his wife are both Irish, and secondly, that the idea of cutting people's throats for the sake of selling their bodies to anatomists is far too original for the inferior conceptions of Scotchmen. The Scotch character is much more amusingly developed in this paragraph than in any of the comments made by the Edinburgh or Glasgow papers, for it bears to be an editorial lucubration, and as such must proceed from the exported Invernessian, who seems to be ashamed of his country, very probably because his country had some reason to be ashamed of him. It is false, however, that any Edinburgh journal ever dreamt of its own honor being implicated in the business, or hastened to prove that Burke and his wife, concubine, are both Irish, Our contemporaries, like ourselves, stated such facts as come to their knowledge without ever imagining the nonsense which this blockhead thinks proper to ascribe to them. In fact, they appeared much more anxious to express their horror of the crime than to prove, as the Solar Scribe has it, what country was entitled to claim the honor of having given birth to the criminals. But it seems our brethren and ourselves also hastened to prove that the idea of cutting people's throats for the sake of selling their bodies to anatomists is far too original for the inferior conceptions of Scotchmen. We know of nothing, however, which we should not consider too original for the inferior conceptions of one Scotchman, whom we need not name, and whose talent for misrepresentation seems to be nearly on a level with the shallow petulance and presumption under the cloak of which he tries to hide his ignorance. This, however, is not the best of it. Further than his name, continues the Solar Gentleman, there is nothing to prove that Burke is an Irishman. Indeed. Why, man, Burke himself has confessed it in his declaration, read at his trial. And if the murderer had been silent on the point, his brogue would as certainly and inevitably have betrayed his country, as your Invernessian nasal drawl, with a little touch of the genuine Celtic accent engrafted thereupon, would have betrayed your northern origin and your Celtic descent. Burke is Irish, and so is Hare, and so is Hare's wife, and so is the woman MacDougall, Burke's concubine, though her name would indicate that some of her ancestors might have been Highland cousins to some of your own, a relationship which your amiable bashfulness will not, we trust, prevent you from publicly claiming. He proceeds, with respect to the inferior conceptions of modern Athenians, what, let us ask, can equal the ingenuity of Lord Lauderdale's famous torture boot? Nothing, certainly, except it be the ingenuity of such a driveller as this, who fancied that there is anything at all ingenious in putting a human leg in an iron hoop or ring, and driving in a wedge between them. A more brutal decree, or one betraying less of ingenuity, was never fallen upon to inflict torture on a fellow creature. It might even have been invented by the blockhead who here calumniates his country. It is not below even his inferior conceptions. We consider the device on a level with his capacity, and we believe it was generally from among his countrymen that persons were sought for and found to enact the part of executioners in putting the heroic martyrs of the Covenant to this species of torture. The following is his concluding touch. The Westport murder, judging from internal evidence, is decidedly of Scotch origin. There is a cool, methodical, businesslike air about it, a scientific tack in the conception, and a practiced ease in execution, which no Irishman could ever yet attain. An Irish murder is hasty, sudden, impetuous. An English one, phlegmatic, cunning, mercenary. But it has been reserved for the Scotch, in this last unequalled atrocity, to blend the qualities of both English and Irish guilt, with a scientific effrontery peculiarly and preeminently their own. With an effrontery which is very far indeed from being scientific, but which is nevertheless peculiarly and eminently his own, it has been reserved for this blundering renegade to pronounce a series of murders devised and perpetuated by Irishmen alone, as decidedly of Scotch origin, and to talk of the internal evidence of a murder, while he is in ignorance of everything concerning it, except the mere fact of its having been committed. To pander to the prejudices of the very lowest class of Englishmen by pouring out abuse upon Scotland, and to compromise the solid interests of his constituents, the highly respectable proprietors of the Sun, by venting libelous scurrilities against the country which had the misfortune to give him birth, and where that journal has hitherto been received with a degree of favor to which, not the talents of its editor certainly, but the activity of its reporters seem to entitle it. But let that person look to himself. We know it is always renegade Scotsmen who are loudest and fiercest in abusing their country. Dr. John McCulloch is one of that class, and he has accordingly been served out in some measure proportioned to his deserts. If the editor of the Sun, therefore, has a mind to indulge further in such disgraceful scurrilities, he had as well accustom himself, pallatum et gradatum, to stand a pretty vigorous application of the scourge. This display of energy on the part of the Mercury was greatly appreciated by the people, and a letter which was addressed to the editor on behalf of Gray and his wife gave expression to the popular feeling in the matter. Sir, you drubbed McCulloch, the libeller of his country, delightfully, and it is hoped you will keep a good lookout if the Sun again shows any more such dirty dark spots as the one you lately held up to merited abhorrence. It is a general remark that our Scottish papers are sadly deficient in public spirit. As for Gray, in whose favor the letter just quoted from was written, he was given an appointment in the Edinburgh police establishment, in which he is said to have become an active and intrepid officer. A public subscription was raised for him, but the amount did not anything like adequately acknowledge his services to the country. Perhaps Burke himself gave the best testimony to these services when he said to a gentleman standing near him while he was making his confession before the sheriff, "The murders never would have been discovered had Gray not found the body among the straw." This was supplemented by Candidus, the writer of the letter to the Caledonian Mercury, who remarked, "Could they, Gray and his wife, have been bribed not to inform about the dead body, these murderous fiends, Burke and Hare, aided and abetted by their miscreant female companions, would still have been pursuing their dark deeds of blood." The relationship between Mrs. Gray and Helen MacDougall, it should be here stated, was simply that the former was the daughter of the man MacDougall with whom the latter took up in Maddiston and lived with until his death, when she met Burke. End of chapter 39. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 40 of the History of Burke and Hare and the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 40. The Relations of the Doctors and the Body Snatchers. Need for a Change in the Law. A Curious Case in London. Introduction and Withdrawal of the Anatomy Bill. The revelations following the execution of William Burke, in the publication of his confessions, and in the paragraphs more or less authentic which appeared in the newspapers from time to time, had the effect of making the public alive to the dangers by which they were surrounded under the then state of the law. To all reasonable men who desired investigation for the benefit of suffering humanity, it was painfully manifest that the supply of bodies for the anatomical schools of the country was far too limited if any satisfactory result was to be expected, and they were face to face with the equally painful fact that the sacrilegious violation of graves, and the even more sacrilegious breaking into the bloody house of life, as Mr. Coburn put it, had been resorted to in order to give the bold anatomists of the time an opportunity of investigating the science on which, above all, human happiness and pleasure on earth were dependent. Many were unwilling to adopt the views which these facts forced upon them. Others, with a wise enthusiasm, threw their whole influence in their favor. The surgeons themselves, seeing that under the existing state of things they were regarded by many as allied with an unholy class of men, desired such an alteration of the law as should put them on a more satisfactory footing. They wished that instead of the purchase of bodies from poor relations being done in what was almost a surreptitious and hidden manner, it should be done under legal sanction, and without the semblance of moral turpitude. This in itself was perfectly reasonable, and had been proven to be right by the stern logic of facts. But the great mass of the people were against it. Suggestions that legislation should proceed in this direction were regarded simply as suggestions for legislation for a favored class. The doctors themselves, the fact being ignored that on the extension of the accurate information of that class depended to a very material extent the welfare and comfort of the whole nation, without respect of persons. The public mind therefore required to be educated up to the inauguration of a new state of things, which in the end would be better for all concerned. But 2 or 3 smart lessons, in addition to the severe one taught by the Edinburgh Revelations, were required before Parliament could be turned in the right direction. In January 1829, while Burke was lying in Calton Hill Jail, Edinburgh, under sentence of death, a case which showed the anomalous state of the law occurred in London. A man named Huntingdon and his wife were charged with stealing the clothes of a man who had died suddenly while walking along Walworth Common. The investigation of the charge, says a contemporary chronicler, exhibited an extraordinary instance of the manner in which dead bodies are procured for dissection. Mr. Murray, the assistant overseer of the parish of Newington, stated that on the Monday preceding the 9th of January, when the case was first heard, the body of a man who had dropped dead on one of the streets of that parish was brought to the workhouse. 2 days afterwards, the 2 prisoners attended at the committee room of the workhouse, and affecting great sorrow, represented that they were nearly related to the deceased, and that they desired to have his body delivered to them, as they wished to have it decently interred at their own expense. The parish officers, on this representation, made inquiries respecting Huntingdon and his wife at the place where they resided, and as nothing to their disadvantage was heard, it was agreed that the body be delivered to them immediately. The public inquest as to the cause of death was concluded. On the Thursday, the inquest was held, and after it, the prisoners again made their appearance at the workhouse, and renewed their demand for the corpse, which was now given them. While preparations were being made for its removal, they became talkative and informed the parish officers that the deceased was Mrs. Huntingdon's brother, and that, having come to London from Shoreham in Sussex about 4 months before, with £80 in his possession, he had led a life of dissipation, and squandered all in that short period. This only tended to give a greater air of consistency and truth to the statements already made by the prisoners, that the officials thought they were not only doing right in giving up the body, but also that they were saving the parish the expense of a pauper's funeral. This dream, however, was soon rudely dispelled. In consequence of a quarrel which occurred between the prisoners and a female companion, as to the division of the money which the sale of the corpse had brought, the affair was brought to light, and Huntingdon and his wife were apprehended. Of course they were impostors, in no way related to the dead man, and on obtaining possession of the body, they had sold it to the surgeons of St. Bartholomew's Hospital, receiving 11 guineas for their wear. An officer of the police searched the lodgings of the prisoners in Southwark, and there discovered the clothes which had belonged to the deceased, together with a great variety of implements used by body snatchers, such as screwdrivers and wrenching machines for opening the lids of coffins, and gimlets of all sizes. But not only did they appear to be engaged in robbing the houses of the dead, housebreaking implements of all kinds showed that they were at war with the living as well. But the most curious part of the whole case was that instead of being charged with the theft of the body, or with a misdemeanor, which would cover the offense, Huntingdon and his wife, under the existing state of the law, could only be libeled for having stolen the clothes of the deceased and for having burglarious instruments in their possession. A few weeks after this, on the 21st of March, 1829, Mr. Henry Warburton, a member for Bridgeport, obtained the first reading of a bill intended to free anatomists from the restrictions under which they pursued their inquiries. This measure was supported by the Lord Advocate for Scotland, Sir William Ray, whose experience in the inquiries in the Burke and Hare trials was a strong recommendation in its favor. On the 7th of April, Mr. Warburton obtained the passage of a motion made by him, under which the House of Commons appointed a select committee to consider and give effect to the recommendations contained in a report prepared by a select committee on anatomy appointed in the previous session. Those recommendations were in accordance with what he and many anatomists desired should be made the law of the country. That the details of the bill, however, were not altogether satisfactory to those who were supposed to be the most interested in it is evinced by the fact that on the 8th of May, Mr. B. Cooper, the member for Gloucester, presented a petition from the Royal College of Surgeons praying to be heard in opposition to it. The petitioners, Mr. Cooper stated, were friendly to the principles laid down in the measure, but they wished to be heard on the details. The presentation of this petition gave rise to a short discussion, in the course of which the Edinburgh tragedies were incidentally mentioned. Mr. Smith, the representative of Norwich, complained of a letter which had appeared in the public prints, stating that Dr. Knox of Edinburgh was guilty of the most intolerable criminality, and that he was unworthy to be trusted. If Dr. Knox, he said, did not deserve this, the letter must be reprobated in the highest degree. The petition was ordered to be laid on the table of the House, but it is probable that this passing reference in Parliament may have shown Dr. Knox that the petition he then occupied was unsatisfactory, and have induced him to seek the inquiry into his relations with Burke and Hare, mentioned in a previous chapter. When Mr. Warburton's anatomy bill reached the committee stage on the 15th of May, the member for Oxford University, Sir R. Inglis, moved that it be an instruction to the committee that it be empowered to repeal so much of the Act 9, Geo. 4, Cap. 31, as gave permission to the judges to order the bodies of murderers after execution to be given over for dissection, but Mr. Warburton strenuously opposed this motion, as he believed the fate of his bill depended upon its containing no such provision. The view of the measure taken by the great body of the people was fitly given expression to by Lord F. Osborne, the member from Cambridgeshire, who in a subsequent part of the debate said he must oppose a measure which gave over the bodies of the poor and friendless to the surgeons. But the other side of the question was as aptly put by Mr. Hume, in the remark that the measure would be beneficial to the poor as well as to the rest of the community. At the close of the debate, the bill was committed with the instruction desired by Sir R. Inglis, and on the 19th of March it was read a third time, and passed by the House of Commons. Lord Malmesbury stood as sponsor for the measure in the House of Lords, which it reached on the 20th of May. His lordship, in moving that it be printed, admitted that it was extremely unpopular out of doors, but urged its necessity, and on the motion of the Earl of Shaftesbury it was read a third time. However, under the whole circumstances, it was deemed expedient on the 5th of June to withdraw the bill, and in the discussion to which this proposal led, the Earl of Harewood stated that, with respect to the horrid proceedings at Edinburgh, It was a disgrace to the country that they had not been investigated more fully, and that the public had not been informed of the result of the investigation. All that the public really knew was that 15 or 16 murders had been committed. The withdrawal of the bill was a great satisfaction to many, both in and out of Parliament, but the agitation for some such alteration of the law continued unabated. It required another severe lesson to bring public opinion into a state ripe for the change. End of chapter 40. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 41 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor, Chapter 41, Burking in London, Apprehension of Bishop Williams and May, Their Trial, Confession, and Execution. Read the introduction and passing of the Anatomy Act. This other lesson, to which reference was made at the close of the last chapter, was given through the medium of a case which occurred in London. In many features, the case was similar to that against the Westport murderers, with the notable difference that the Englishmen did not go about their desperate work with quite so much method and cunning as did their prototypes in Edinburgh. They used a brutal violence which, fortunately for the community, cut them short almost at the very outset of their murderous career. Shortly after noon, on Saturday, the 5th of November, 1831, John Bishop and James May, both well-known body snatchers, called on the porter of the dissecting room at King's College, London. May was the spokesman, and he informed the porter that he had a subject which he would give him for 12 guineas, and he then proceeded to declare its qualities, much in the same way as he would have spoken of an ordinary piece of merchandise. Quote, it was very fresh, and was a male subject of about 14 years of age. End quote. Mr. Hill, the porter, said he was not particularly requiring it, but he would see the demonstrator, Mr. Partridge. There was some haggling about the price. Bishop offered it for 10 guineas, but was ultimately forced to abate the sum by another guinea, promising at last to send the body for 9. In the course of the afternoon, the two men, accompanied by a colleague of the name of Thomas Williams, returned to the college, and with them was a street porter, who bore on his head a large hamper. Taken into a room, the hamper was found to contain the body of a young lad wrapped up in a sack. Hill saw there were some suspicious marks about the head, and besides, it was not in such a form as bodies usually were when taken from a coffin. The left arm being bent and the fingers clenched, the porter asked them what the lad had died of. But May, who was in a drunken state, said that was neither his business nor theirs. They then informed Mr. Partridge of what he had seen and suspected. That gentleman, without seeing the men, examined the body and found there were about it some marks and circumstances of a suspicious nature. There were the swollen state of the jaw, the bloodshot eyes, the freshness of the body, and the rigidity of the limbs. There was also a cut over the left temple. Having made his examination, he sent for the police, and returning to the men, he produced a 50-pound note, telling them he must get that changed before he could pay them. Bishop saw that Mr. Partridge had some gold in his purse, and he said to him, "Give me what money you have in your purse, and I will call for the rest on Monday." May, on his part, offered to go for the change, but Mr. Partridge declined both proposals, and left the room on the pretense of seeking the change himself. All this was but a blind to detain the men until a strong body of police had time to arrive, when all three were apprehended, and the body was taken to the police office. A subsequent examination of the corpse by 3 surgeons, one of them being Mr. Partridge, showed that the lad must have met his death through violence. The only external mark, that on the temple, was superficial and did not injure the bone, but between the scalp and the bone there was a patch of congealed blood about the size of a crown piece, which, from its appearance, must have been caused by a blow given during life. On the removal of the skin from the back part of the neck, a considerable quantity, about 4 ounces, of coagulated blood was found amongst the muscle, and this also, in the opinion of the surgeons, must have been effused when the subject was still alive. A portion of the spine having been removed for the purpose of examining the spinal marrow, a quantity of coagulated blood was found lying in the canal, and this, it was stated, from its pressure on the spinal marrow, must have caused death. All these appearances in death would, in the opinion of the surgeons, have followed a blow from a blunt instrument of any kind. Subsequent inquiries by the police brought to light the fact that the body had been offered to the curator of Guy's Hospital and of Granger's Anatomical Theatre, both of whom declined to purchase it. They also discovered that May had called upon a surgeon-dentist in Newington on the morning of the day he was apprehended, and had offered for sale, at the price of a guinea, 12 human teeth, which, he said, had belonged to a boy between 14 and 15 years of age, whose body had never been buried. Some of the flesh and pieces of the jaw adhered to the teeth, showing that great force had been used to wrench them out. On the question of the identity of the body found in the possession of the 3 men, the authorities had what was apparently satisfactory evidence that it was that of Carlo Ferrier, who had arrived from Italy 2 years before, and who went about the streets of London with a cage containing 2 white mice slung from his neck by a string. On the night of Thursday, the 3rd of November, the boy and Bishop and Williams were all 3 seen in the vicinity of the Nova Scotia Gardens, where Bishop resided, but they were not in company. That same evening, one of Bishop's neighbors heard sounds of a scuffle proceeding from his house in Nova Scotia Gardens, but paid little attention to it, as he considered it was simply a family quarrel. A search through this house by the police led to the discovery of 2 crooked chisels, a bradawl, and a file. There appeared to be fresh marks of blood on the bradawl. Then in May's house in Dorset Street, New Kent Road, there were found a vest and a pair of trousers, both marked with what were evidently fresh stains. Buried in Bishop's garden were found several articles of men's clothing, all of which were stained with blood. Another incident, which seemed to show that the body was that of the poor Italian boy, was that on the 5th of November, Bishop's boys were seen in the possession of a cage in which were 2 white mice. When the productions were taken to Bow Street Police Office, where the accused were confined, May said, when he saw the bradawl, "That is the instrument with which I punched the teeth out." And the dentist, in his evidence at the trial, said the teeth had been forced out, and he thought the bradawl produced would afford great facility for doing so. This, in brief, was the case upon which the prosecution rested for the conviction of the 3 men. The trial took place at the Old Bailey Sessions on the 1st of December, and created the most intense interest among all classes of the community. The court was crowded, and outside an immense multitude had assembled. After a long trial, the jury found the 3 prisoners guilty of murder. The verdict was received in court with silence, but when the result was known outside, the people cheered vociferously, and this they continued so long that the officers were obliged to close the windows of the court, that the voice of the judge might be heard in passing sentence of death. Only 4 days' grace was given to the unhappy men, for their execution was fixed for the 5th of December. The day before their execution on the 4th of December, Bishop and Williams made confessions before the under-sheriff. In these documents, which will be found at length in the appendix, they acknowledged to the murder of the lad whose body was found, but they stated that he came from Lincolnshire and was not the Italian boy to whose identification so many witnesses had sworn. Subsequent investigation, however, led to the belief that the condemned men and not the witnesses had made the mistake. They also declared that they had been concerned in the murder of a woman and of a boy of about 11 years of age. Their method was to get their intended victims to drink beer or gin, which they had drugged with laudanum, and then, when they were in a stupefied state, to lower them by a rope attached to the heels head foremost into a well at the back of the bishop's house. This act completed the work, and it was thought allowed the drugged liquor to run out of the mouth. They thus acknowledged to 3 distinct acts of murder, but they both declared that May was wholly ignorant and innocent of all of them. Bishop had been a body snatcher for 12 years, and he had, during that time, obtained and sold over 500 bodies. The evidence against May had all along been deemed defective, and this full and unequivocal statement that he was unconnected with the murder procured a respite for him. When sentenced in court, he turned to the jury and said, "I am a murdered man, gentlemen." The communication of the news that his life had been saved was itself almost the cause of his death. He fell to the ground in a fit, and while he was in contortions, it took 4 of the prison officers to hold him, but he recovered in a quarter of an hour. By 1 o'clock the morning of Monday, the 5th of December, a great crowd had assembled in front of the scaffold at Newgate, and by daybreak as many as 30,000 persons were present to witness the last act of the law. Bishop's appearance on the scaffold gave rise to a scene similar to that at the execution of Burke in Edinburgh. The people hooted and yelled in a terrible manner while the executioner put the rope around the murderer's neck and fixed it to a chain depending from the beam, and the demonstration was renewed with vigor when Williams was brought out. When the drop fell, Bishop died instantly, but Williams struggled in the death agonies for several minutes. The crowd then broke through the barriers, and a scene that baffles description ensued. Forgetting itself in the excitement of the moment, the mob rushed toward the scaffold, and in the struggle with police, large numbers were injured. Many were trampled underfoot. By 7:30 o'clock that morning, between 20 and 30 persons were carried to St. Bartholomew's Hospital, all seriously maimed. Thus died, says a broadside published at the time, the dreadful Burkers of 1831. The author of the production, called The Trial, Sentence, Full Confession, and Execution of Bishop and Williams, the Burkers, furnishes a very pertinent comment on the whole transaction. The month of November 1831, he remarks, will be recorded in the annals of crime and cruelties as particularly preeminent, for it will prove to posterity that other wretches could be found base enough to follow the horrid example of Burke and his accomplice Hare, to entice the unprotected and friendless to the den of death for sordid gain. In accordance with the terms of sentence, the bodies of the executed criminals were delivered over for dissection and anatomization. While this terrible example of the dangers to the community under the existing state of the law as to the study of anatomy was still fresh on the minds of the people, Mr. Warburton again introduced his bill, slightly altered in respect of details, into the House of Commons. On the 15th of December, 1831, he obtained leave to introduce the bill, and it was then read a first time. He moved the second reading on the 17th of January, 1832, but when the question was put that the bill be read a second time, it was found there were not 40 members present, and the House had to adjourn. However, on the 29th of the same month, he was more successful and gained the second reading. After it had passed through several stages in committee, Mr. Warburton on the 11th of April, moved that it be recommitted, and stated that he had been waited upon by deputations from the College of Surgeons in Dublin and another medical body who desired that the provisions of the measure should be extended to Ireland, which he had not originally intended should be included in its scope. In committee, it was agreed to extend the bill to Ireland. On the 18th of April, when it was again in committee, an amendment to the effect that the disposal of the bodies of executed murderers for dissection should be left to the discretion of the judges was negatived. The bill passed the House of Commons on the 11th of May, and shortly afterward received the approval of the Upper House. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the History of Burke and Hare and the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Chapter 42. The Passing of the Anatomy Act, its Terms and Provisions. Such were the circumstances that led up to the passing of what was familiarly known as the Anatomy Act. In view of the long course of restriction to which it put an end, and of the fact that this measure is still operative as regards the matter of which it treats, it is proper that it should be reproduced here. It received the royal assent on the 1st of August, 1832, and is technically known as 3 in 4 GO 4 C-75, the short title being An Act for Regulating Schools of Anatomy. The following are its terms and provisions. Whereas a knowledge of the causes and nature of sundry diseases which affect the body, and the best methods of treating and curing such diseases, and of healing and repairing diverse wounds and injuries to which the human frame is liable, cannot be acquired without the aid of anatomical examinations. And whereas the legal supply of human bodies for such anatomical examination is insufficient fully to provide the means of such knowledge, and whereas in order further to supply human bodies for such purposes, diverse great and grievous crimes have been committed, and lately murder, for the single object of selling for such purposes the bodies of the persons so murdered. And whereas, therefore, it is highly expedient to give protection under certain regulations to the study and practice of anatomy, and to prevent, as far as may be, such great and grievous crimes and murder as aforesaid, be it therefore enacted by the King's most excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Lords Spiritual and Temporal and Commons in this present Parliament assembled, and by the authority of the same, that it shall be lawful for His Majesty's principal Secretary of State for the time being for the Home Department in that part of the United Kingdom called Great Britain, and for the Chief Secretary for Ireland in that part of the United Kingdom called Ireland, immediately on the passing of this act, or so soon thereafter as may be required, to grant a license to practice anatomy to any fellow or member of any college of physicians or surgeons, or to any graduate or licentiate in medicine, or to any person lawfully qualified to practice medicine in any part of the United Kingdom, or to any professor or teacher of anatomy, medicine, or surgery, or to any student attending any school of anatomy, on application from such party for such purpose, countersigned by 2 of His Majesty's Justices of the Peace, acting for the county, city, borough, or place wherein such party so applying is about to carry on the practice of anatomy. 2. And it be enacted that it shall be lawful for His Majesty said Principal Secretary of State, or Chief Secretary, as the case may be, immediately upon the passing of this act, or as soon thereafter as may be necessary, to appoint respectively not fewer than 3 persons to be inspectors of places where anatomy is carried on, and at any time after such first appointment to appoint, if they shall see fit, one or more other person or persons to be an inspector or inspectors as aforesaid. And every such inspector shall continue in office for 1 year, or until he be removed by the said Secretary of State or Chief Secretary, as a case may be, or until some other person shall be appointed in his place. And as often as any inspector appointed as aforesaid shall die, or shall be removed from his said office, or shall refuse or become unable to act, it shall be lawful for the said Secretary of State or Chief Secretary, as the case may be, to appoint another person to be inspector in his room. 3. And be it enacted that it shall be lawful for the said Secretary of State or Chief Secretary, as the case may be, to direct what district of town or country or of both, and what places where anatomy is carried on, situate within such district, every such inspector shall be appointed to superintend, and in what manner every such inspector shall transact the duties of his office. 4. And be it enacted that every inspector to be appointed by virtue of this act shall make a quarterly return to the said Secretary of State or Chief Secretary, as the case may be, of every deceased person's body that during the preceding quarter has been removed for anatomical examination to every separate place in his district where anatomy is carried on, distinguishing the sex and, as far as is known at the time, the name and age of each person whose body was so removed as aforesaid. 5. And be it enacted that it shall be lawful for every such inspector to visit and inspect at any time any place within his district, notice of which place has been given, as is hereinafter directed, that it is intended there to practice anatomy. 6. And be it enacted that it shall be lawful for his Majesty to grant to every such inspector such an annual salary not exceeding £100 for his trouble, and to allow such a sum of money for the expenses of his office as may appear reasonable, such salaries and allowances to be charged on the consolidated fund of the United Kingdom, and to be payable quarterly, and that an annual return of all such salaries and allowances shall be made to Parliament. 7. And be it enacted that it shall be lawful for any executor or other party having lawful possession of the body of any deceased person, and not being an undertaker or other party entrusted with the body for the purpose only of interment, to permit the body of such deceased person to undergo anatomical examination, unless, to the knowledge of such executor or other party, such person shall have expressed his desire, either in writing or at any time during his life, or verbally in the presence of 2 or more witnesses during the illness whereof he died, that his body after death might not undergo such examination, or unless the surviving husband or wife, or any known relation of the deceased person, shall require the body to be interred without such examination. 8. And be it enacted that if any person, either in writing at any time during his life, or verbally in the presence of 2 or more witnesses during the illness whereof he died, shall direct that his body after death be examined anatomically, or shall nominate any party by this act authorized to examine bodies anatomically to make such examination, and if, before the burial of the body of such person, such direction or nomination shall be made known to the party having lawful possession of the dead body, then such last-mentioned party shall direct such examination to be made, and in case of any such nomination as aforesaid, shall request and permit any party so authorized and nominated as aforesaid to make such examination, unless the deceased person's surviving husband or wife, or nearest known relative, or any one or more of such person's nearest known relatives, being of kin in the same degree, shall require the body to be interred without such examination. 9. Provided always, and be it enacted, that in no case shall the body of any person be removed for anatomical examination from any place where such person may have died, until after 48 hours from the time of such person's decease, nor until 24 hours' notice to be reckoned from the time of such decease to the inspector of the district of the intended removal of the body, or if no such inspector have been appointed, to some physician, surgeon, or apothecary residing at or near the place of death, nor unless a certificate stating in what manner such person came by his death shall previously to the removal of the body have been signed by the physician, surgeon, or apothecary who attended such person during the illness whereof he died. Or if no such medical man attended such person during such illness, then by some physician, surgeon, or apothecary who shall be called in after the death of such person to view his body, or who shall state the manner or cause of death according to the best of his knowledge and belief, but who shall not be concerned in examining the body after removal, and that in case of such removal, such certificate shall be delivered together with the body to the party receiving the same for anatomical examination. 10. And be it enacted that it shall be lawful for any member or fellow of any college of physicians or surgeons, or any graduate or licentiate in medicine, or any person lawfully qualified to practice medicine in any part of the United Kingdom, or any professor, teacher, or student of anatomy, medicine, or surgery, having a license from His Majesty's Principal Secretary of State, or Chief Secretary as aforesaid, to receive or possess for anatomical examination, or to examine anatomically the body of any person deceased, if permitted or directed so to do by a party who had power, in pursuance of the provisions of this act, to permit or to cause the bodies to be so examined, and provided such certificates as aforesaid were delivered by such party together with the body. 11. And be it enacted that every party so receiving a body for anatomical examination after removal shall demand and receive together with the body a certificate as aforesaid, and shall within 24 hours next after such removal transmit to the inspector of the district such certificate, and also a return stating at what day and hour and from whom the body was received, the date and place of death, the sex, and, as far as is known at the time, the Christian and surname, age, and last place of abode of such person. Or, if no such inspector have been appointed, to some physician, surgeon, or apothecary residing at or near the place to which the body is removed, and shall enter or cause to be entered the aforesaid particulars relating thereto, and a copy of the certificate be received therewith in a book to be kept by him for that purpose, and shall produce such book whenever required to do so by any inspector so appointed as foresaid. 12. And be it enacted that it shall not be lawful for any party to carry on or teach anatomy at any place, or at any place to receive or possess for anatomical examination, or examine anatomically any deceased person's body after removal of the same, unless such party or owner or occupier of such place, or some party by this act authorized to examine bodies anatomically, shall, at least 1 week before the first receipt or possession of a body for such purpose at such place, have given notice to the said Secretary of State or Chief Secretary, as the case may be, of the place where it is intended to practice anatomy. 13. Provided always, and be it enacted, that every such body so removed as aforesaid, for the purpose of examination, shall, before such removal, be placed in a decent coffin or shell, and be removed therein, and that the party removing the same, or causing the same to be removed as aforesaid, shall make provision that such body, after undergoing anatomical examination, be decently interred in consecrated ground, or in some public burial ground in use for the persons of that religious persuasion to which the person whose body was so removed belonged, and that a certificate of the interment of such body shall be transmitted to the inspector of the district within 6 weeks after the day on which such body was received as aforesaid. 14. And be it enacted that no member or fellow of any college of physicians or surgeons, nor any graduate or licentiate in medicine, nor any person lawfully qualified to practice medicine in any part of the United Kingdom, nor any professor, teacher, or student of anatomy, medicine, or surgery, having a license from His Majesty's Principal Secretary of State or Chief Secretary as aforesaid, shall be liable to any prosecution, penalty, forfeiture, or punishment for receiving or having in his possession for anatomical examination or for examining anatomically any dead human body according to the provision of this act. 15. And be it enacted that nothing in this act contained shall be construed to extend to or to prohibit any post-mortem examination of any human body required or directed to be made by any competent legal authority. 16. And whereas an act was passed in the 9th year of the reign of His late Majesty for consolidating and amending the statutes in England relative to offenses against the person, by which latter act it is enacted, that the body of every person convicted of murder shall, after execution, either be dissected or hung in chains, as to the court which tried the offense shall seem meet, and that the sentence to be pronounced by the court shall express that the body of the offender shall be dissected or hung in chains, whichever of the two the court shall order. Be it enacted that so much of the said last recited act as authorizes the court, if it shall see fit, to direct that the body of a person convicted of murder shall, after execution, be dissected, and the same is hereby repealed, and that in every case of conviction of any prisoner for murder, the court before which such prisoner shall have been tried shall direct such prisoner either to be hung in chains or to be buried within the precincts of the prison in which such prisoner shall have been confined after conviction, as to such court shall seem meet, and that the sentence to be pronounced by the court shall express that the body of such prisoner shall be hung in chains or buried within the precincts of the prison, whichever of the two the court shall order. 17. And be it enacted that if any action or suit shall be commenced or brought against any person for anything done in pursuance of this act, the same shall be commenced within 6 calendar months next after the cause of action accrued. And the defendant in every such action or suit may, at his election, plead the matter specially or the general issue not guilty, and give this act and the special matter in evidence at any trial to be had thereupon. 18. And be it enacted that any person offending against the provisions of this act in England or Ireland shall be deemed and taken to be guilty of a misdemeanor, and being duly convicted thereof shall be punished by imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 months, or by a fine not exceeding £50, at the discretion of the court before which he shall be tried. And any person offending against the provisions of this act in Scotland shall, upon being duly convicted of such offence, be punished by imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 months, or by a fine not exceeding £50, at the discretion of the court before which he shall be tried. 19. And in order to remove doubts as to the meaning of certain words in this act, be it enacted that the words person and party shall be respectively deemed to include any number of persons or any society, whether by charter or otherwise, and that the meaning of the aforesaid words shall not be restricted, although the same may be subsequently referred to in the singular number and masculine gender only. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the History of Burke and Hare and the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Chapter 43. Conclusion: Review of the effects produced by the Resurrectionist movement, the houses in Portsburg, the popular idea of the method of Burke and Hare, origin of the words Burker and Burking. Such were the resurrectionist times in Scotland, and such the crimes committed by Burke and Hare and their English imitators. Nowadays it may seem strange that events like these were possible in a country professing a civilizing Christianity, but no one with the knowledge of the depths of which humanity can descend will deny that even in our much boasted time, with all our social advancement, men could be found who would dare to put their consciences under the burden of such terrible iniquities, were the other circumstances and necessities still the same. There was little wonder that the public sense of security was alarmed, that the heart of the nation was touched at the shocking disclosures made at each successive trial, and at the daily actions of men who seemed to be safe from the law. We have seen how the people of Scotland felt under the constant robbing of their churchyards, how they were awestruck at the mysterious disappearance from among them of some unfortunate whose whereabouts was never found out, and how they rose in righteous anger when the mystery was cleared up in the High Court of Justiciary. The wonder, indeed, is that, considering the reverential regard for the dead which has always characterized them, that they bore the terrible pillage of their Golgothas so long, and that when the end came they did not work more mischief than they did. But the times, hard as they were at best, and suffering under such a shocking blemish, were productive of real and lasting good to the nation, socially, scientifically, and even spiritually. For a long time after the execution of Burke and the flight of his accomplices, the houses in Wester Portsburg were objects of horror and detestation, and having acquired a ghastly interest from the horrible crimes of which they were the scene, were among the best visited places in Edinburgh, until at last they were knocked down as eyesores to the community, and as permitting a series of crimes which were too deeply impressed on human memory to be easily forgotten. But the tradition clung long to the district, and even to this day the locality is pointed out to the stranger as being notable. The interest taken in these buildings and their internal arrangement was so great that paintings of them on canvas were taken through the country and shown at village fairs and markets. But an annoying and reprehensible practice arose out of the actions of Burke and Hare, which, while certainly not so serious, was not without its dangerous element. This was a habit which many young men dropped into, of attempting to put pieces of sticking plaster over the mouths of unsuspicious passengers on the street. Most commonly this prank was played upon girls, many of whom were almost out of their wits, and who would not venture out of the doors at nights. This practice obtained not only in Edinburgh, but also in Glasgow and the other large towns in Scotland, and though examples were made by the miscreants being apprehended and punished by the police magistrates, it became after a time such an intolerable nuisance that the strictest measures had to be taken for its repression. One case of this kind in Glasgow created an extraordinary commotion. A servant girl was attacked in the street, and a sticking plaster of so strong an adhesive nature was placed over her mouth that it could not be removed without taking a great portion of the skin of her face with it. There was little wonder that the Glasgow Chronicle, in a comment on the occurrence, said that the wretches who can behave thus at any time, and more especially in the present state of public feeling, are a disgrace to society. But it is curious to note how this silly imitation of the method of Burke and Hare came to be regarded as the actual mode in which these men had performed their manifold murders. The fact that so many terrible crimes had been committed by them kept a firm hold on the mind of the people. But gradually the method, which had been made so public through the medium of the newspapers, was forgotten, and the impression as gradually gained ground that slipping up to their intended victims on the street, Burke and his accomplice gave them their quietus by skillfully placing a piece of sticking plaster over their mouths. Of course, the preceding narrative and the confessions of the condemned criminal show that it was far otherwise, but the impression amounting laterally to an absolute belief became so fixed that even yet it still holds sway, though certainly in a less degree now than a generation ago. Allusion has already been made to the remarkably strong hold the whole plot took upon the minds of the Scottish people, and to the fact that it has exercised an influence on the inner life of the Scottish mind down to the present. This is generally acknowledged, but perhaps a better idea of the original character of the impression made by the discoveries of 1829 may be gained when the great events and movements going on all around, at, and after the time are taken into consideration. In the year 1829, the country was agitated not only by stirring news from the continent, where armies were marching to and fro, and there was a tendency to a general European conflagration, but also by the Catholic emancipation movement and the parliamentary reform. Everyone knows the interest the people of Scotland took in these matters, and especially in the Reform Bill, and how many suffered on the scaffold for overboldness in the struggle. These were events that might have absorbed all the attention the people could spare from their daily toil for the sustenance of life. But yet the Burke and Hare tragedies were always to be heard repeated by some fireside, and the tales of the resurrectionists were rehearsed to willing listeners. Such great events affected the rights of people as citizens of the empire, as freemen in the state, but the violation of churchyards, the murder of poor human beings for the sale of their bodies, touched the heart. It related to the home life of the man, independent of his citizenship. It was the same with the other general political movements of the early half of the century. The stories went from mouth to mouth, from father to son, from nurse to child, and the horrid memory of the foulest series of murders on the criminal calendar of Scotland was kept fresh. Young minds grew up in fear of a terrible unknown something of which the preceding generation had had a full realization, a something which happily was impossible, but which exercised a baneful and dwarfing influence all the same. The old bogles of superstitious times were thrown aside, the stern realities of human criminality were used in their stead. Many still remember their youthful impressions and shudder. It is well that these influences are losing their power, but it would be unfortunate if the lessons taught by these awful times were forgotten by the country. Happily, however, the resurrectionist times were not without their good elements as well as their bad. Had such events not taken place, two things would have been evident. First, that up to that time anatomical study and research had made little progress, and second, that the study would have continued in a state of stagnation under restrictions discreditable to the country and its rulers. But quite another state of matters existed and do exist. The scientific ardor, which from an early period of its history had characterized the medical faculty in Scotland, and particularly in Edinburgh, may be said to have created the necessity for resurrectionists or body snatchers, and the fact that the research so needful to the happiness and comfort of humanity was being conducted under such unfortunate auspices and debasing restrictions gradually awoke the community to a sense of what they owed to themselves and to those whose ultimate object was the general good. The churchyards were being robbed of their silent tenants, the poor were being surreptitiously bribed to part with the bodies of their dead relatives, and even the streets were being laid under contribution for their living wanderers. The exigencies of science had created a necessary evil. the natural and even justifiable prejudices of the nation, outraged and grieved, were against the seeking of a remedy. But the evil became so great, its worst and latest development was so shocking, that some steps had to be taken, even at the expense of human sentiment, to put matters on a right and proper footing. Men could not live without doctors who were thoroughly trained and experienced in all the intricacies and mysteries of the human frame. These doctors could not gain their experience without subjects, and subjects they must have by some means or other. Not certainly that the profession approved of murder to obtain their ends, but the result showed that the men upon whom the profession mainly depended had resorted to that terrible act to supply their patrons. The only feasible course open, therefore, was that made lawful by the Anatomy Act of 1832, which put upon a legal basis the purchase of bodies from relatives under certain wise and not too irksome conditions. It has been said, notwithstanding the unhappy state of matters then existing, and the terrible scourge under which the country had so long suffered, there was a strong feeling against the passage of that measure. But on the other hand, an interesting testimony was given in its favor when many of the highest in the land, amongst them the Duke of Sussex, the youngest son of King George III, and uncle of Queen Victoria, gave directions that, if necessary, their bodies should after death be anatomized. The science of anatomy, therefore, for the first time in its existence, made rapid progress. The art of healing and alleviating diseases became more perfect, and though there is much still to be desired, research is unfettered, and the possibility of discoveries valuable to humanity are increased. It is curious, however, that in the last few years of these baneful restrictions, extraordinary results accrued from the researches of anatomists, and strange though it may seem, the science was really put upon a scientific basis it had never occupied before. But there was still another effect of the resurrectionist movement, and that was that it had a widening tendency on the religious beliefs of the people. The old idea is well expressed in the ballad written in 1711 and quoted in an early chapter in this volume, when the unknown author says, "Methinks I hear the latter trumpet sound, when empty graves into this place is found, of young and old, which is most strange to me, what kind of resurrection this should be." The people preferred to think of a resurrection which would in one respect and to a certain extent be comprehensible to them. They thought they could understand the dead rising from the grave if their bodies were placed intact in the sepulchre, but they deemed that a body dissected and cut to pieces, probably portions buried in different places, was unlikely to be under the influence of the last call. In this they distrusted God in the belief of a doctrine which above all required a distinct act of faith in his almighty power. Their ideas, however, were widened, and they came to see that if it were possible for the great Father of the human race to wake the dead on the judgment day, when their dust lay peacefully beside the village church, it was also possible for him to call them to him, though their particles lay far apart. There is one other point which must not be omitted in a work of this kind. The transactions in the West Port of Edinburgh in 1828 gave new words with a peculiar significance to the English language. A Burker was unknown before the crimes of William Burke were made public. Burking was an undiscovered art until he discovered it. This in itself is another testimony to the effect the crimes chronicled in this book had upon the minds of the men and women of the period. Many other words similarly derived have had a brief popularity and dropped into oblivion, to be only hunted up by the philological antiquary, but these have retained their significance, and by their aptitude to many actions in all phases of life, have attained to a classical position in the language to which their usefulness rather than their origin entitled them. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Appendix. Chapter 44. The Case Against Torrance and Waldy. At page 24, ante, a brief note is given of the case against Torrance and Waldy for the murder of a boy for the purpose of disposing of his body to the surgeons. The account there given is founded upon a brief jotting in the Edinburgh Evening Courant, and as the case is one of considerable interest, the following more lengthy record is taken from the Scots Magazine for 1752. Helen Torrance, residenter, and Jean Waldy, wife of a stabler's servant in Edinburgh, were tried at the instance of the King's Advocate before the Court of Justiciary for stealing and murdering John Dallas, a boy of about 8 or 9 years of age, son of John Dallas, chairman in Edinburgh. The indictment bears that in November last, the panels frequently promised 2 or 3 surgeon apprentices to procure them a subject, that they pretended that they were to sit up with a dead child, and after the coffining, slip something else into the coffin, and secrete the body, but said afterwards that they were disappointed in this, the parent refusing to consent, that on the 3rd of December, Janet Johnstone, mother of the deceased, having come to Torrance's house, was desired by her to sit down, that Waldy, who was then with Torrance, soon left them, on pretence of being ill with the colic, and went upstairs to her own house, which was immediately above that of Torrance, that thereafter, on hearing a knock upon the floor above, Torrance went upstairs to Waldy, stayed a short while with her, then returned to Janet Johnstone, and invited her to drink a pint of ale in a neighbouring house, which invitation she accepted of. That after they had drunk 1 pint of ale, Torrance offered another, that this second pint being brought in, Torrance went out of the alehouse, that then both or either of the panels went to the house of the above-mentioned John Dallas, chairman, stole away the poor innocent boy in the absence of its parents, and murdered it. That Waldy immediately after went and informed the surgeon apprentices that Torrance and she had now found a subject, desiring them to carry it instantly away. That on this the apprentices came to Waldy's house, and found the dead body stretched on a chest, that having asked what they should give for the subject, would not 2 shillings be enough? Both panels declared they had been at more expense about it than that sum, but that upon their giving Torrance 10pence to buy a dram, she and Waldy accepted of the 2 shillings in part payment. That at the desire of the apprentices, Torrance carried the body in her apron to one of their rooms, for which she received 6pence more, and that when the panels were apprehended, some of the facts were confessed by them, by Torrance before one of the bailies of Edinburgh, and by Waldy before the Lord Provost. Waldy in particular, having confessed that Torrance told her that should this boy die, he would be a good one for the doctors, that at Torrance's desire she frequently went to see how the boy was, that thereafter, Torrance having asked her how he was, and she having answered that he continued much in the same way, Torrance replied that it would be better to take him away alive, for he would be dead before he could be brought to her house. That accordingly, after the boy's mother had seen Waldy upstairs to her own house December 3rd, Torrance came and told her that she and the mother were then drinking a pint of ale, and that it would be a proper time for Waldy to go for the boy. That Waldy accordingly went, found the boy looking over a window, took him up in her arms, and carried him directly to her own house, whither she was immediately followed by Torrance. That before Torrance came in, Waldy had given the boy a drink of ale, but it would scarce go over, and he died 6 minutes thereafter, and that Waldy, at Torrance's desire, went for the surgeons, and sold the dead body to them, as above. On missing their child, the parents made inquiry for him. In about 4 days the body was found in a place of the town little frequented, but with evident marks of having been in the surgeon's hands. The parents were thereupon taken up, and likewise the panels. The panels were examined, the parents set at liberty, and the panels kept in prison. Their trial came off on the 3rd February. After debates, the Lords found the libel relevant to infer the pains of law. A proof was taken on the same day. Among the witnesses were the boy's parents and the surgeon's apprentices. Next day the jury returned the following verdict: found that the panels are both guilty, art and part, of stealing John Dallas, a living child, and son of John Dallas, chairman in Edinburgh, from his father's house, at the time and in the manner libelled, and of carrying him to the house of Jean Waldy, one of the panels, and soon thereafter, on the evening of the day libelled, of selling and delivering his body, then dead, to some surgeons and students of physic. Counsel were heard on the import of this verdict on the 6th. When all defences were overruled, both panels were sentenced to be hanged in the Grass Market of Edinburgh on the 18th March. They were executed accordingly. Waldy, in her last speech, says that Torrance prevailed on her, when much intoxicated, to go and carry the child alive from its mother's house, that she carried it in her gown tail to her own house, that when she arrived at home she found the child was dead, having, as she believed, been smothered in her coats in carrying it off, that it really died in her hands, that she acknowledges her sentence to be just. Torrance declines saying anything about the crime. On page 152 of Maclaurin's Remarkable Cases, under date February 3rd, 1752, there is a short account of the pleadings at the trial. The following is a note of the matter contained there, with the exception of the finding of the jury, which has already been given. His Majesty's advocate against Helen Torrance and Jean Waldy. They were indicted for stealing and murdering John Dallas, a boy about 8 or 9 years of age, son of John Dallas, chairman in Edinburgh, on the 3rd December, 1751. The counsel for the prisoners represented that however the actual murder might be relevant to infer the pains of death, yet the stealing of the child could only infer an arbitrary punishment. And as to the selling of the dead body, it was no crime at all. Answer: though the stealing of the child when alive, when disjoined from the selling of it when dead, might not go so far, yet when taken together, they were undoubtedly relevant to infer a capital punishment. The court pronounced the usual interlocutor. End of chapter 44. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 45 of the History of Burke and Hare and the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Chapter 45. Appendix. An interview with Burke in prison. The following appeared in the Caledonian Mercury early in the month of January, 1829. The information from which the following article is drawn up we have received from a most respectable quarter, and its perfect correctness in all respects may be confidently relied on. In truth, it is as nearly as possible a strict report, rather than the substance of what passed at an interview with Burke, in the course of which the unhappy man appears to have opened his mind without reserve, and to have given a distinct and explicit answer to every question which was put to him relative to his connection with the late murders. After some conversation of a religious nature, in the course of which Burke stated that, while in Ireland, his mind was under the influence of religious impressions, and that he was accustomed to read his catechism and prayer book, and to attend to his duties, he was asked, "How comes it, then, that you, who by your own account were once under the influence of religious impressions, ever formed the idea of such dreadful atrocities, of such cold-blooded, systematic murders as you admit you have been engaged in? How came such a conception to enter your mind?" To this Burke replied that he did not exactly know, but that becoming addicted to drink, living in open adultery, and associating continually with the most abandoned characters, he gradually became hardened and desperate, gave up attending chapel or any other place of religious worship, shunned the face of the priest, and being constantly familiar with every species of wickedness, he at length grew indifferent as to what he did, and was ready to commit any crime. He was then asked how long had he been engaged in this murderous traffic, to which he answered, "From Christmas 1827 till the murder of the woman Docherty in October last." "How many persons have you murdered or been concerned in murdering during that time? Were they 30 in all?" "Oh, not so many, I assure you." "How many?" He answered the question, but the answer was, for a reason perfectly satisfactory, not communicated to us and reserved for a different quarter. "Had you any accomplices?" "None but Hare." We always took care when we were going to commit a murder that no one else should be present, that no one could swear that he saw the deed done. The women might suspect what we were about, but we always put them out of the way when we were going to do it. They never saw us commit any of the murders. One of the murders was done in Brogan's house while he was out, but before he returned the thing was finished and the body put in a box. Brogan evidently suspected something, for he appeared much agitated and entreated us to take away the box, which we accordingly did, but he was not in any way concerned in it. "You have already told me that you were engaged in these atrocities from Christmas 1827 till the end of October 1828. Were you associated with Hare during all this time?" "Yes, we began with selling to Dr. X the body of a woman who had died a natural death in Hare's house. We got £10 for it. After this, we began the murders, and all the rest of the bodies that we sold to him were murdered." "In what place were these murders generally committed?" "They were mostly committed in Hare's house, which was very convenient for the purpose, as it consisted of a room and a kitchen. Daft Jamie was murdered there. The story told of this murder is incorrect. Hare began the struggle with him, and they fell and rolled together on the floor. Then I went to Hare's assistance, and we at length finished him, though with much difficulty. I committed one murder in the country by myself. It was in last harvest. All the rest were done in conjunction with Hare. By what means were these fearful atrocities perpetrated? By suffocation. We made the persons drunk, then we suffocated them by holding the nostrils and mouth and getting on the body. Sometimes I held the mouth and nose while Hare went upon the body, and sometimes Hare held the mouth and nose while I placed myself on the body. Hare has perjured himself by what he said at the trial about the murder of Docherty. He did not sit by while I did it, as he says. He was on the body assisting me with all his might, while I held the nostrils and mouth with one hand, choked her under the throat with the other. We sometimes used a pillow, but not in this case. Now, Burke, answer me this question. Were you tutored and instructed, or did you receive hints from anyone as to the mode of committing murder? No, except from Hare. We often spoke about it, and we agreed that suffocation was the best way. Hare said so, and I agreed with him. We generally did it by suffocation. Did you receive any encouragement to commit or persevere in committing these atrocities? Yes, we were frequently told by Patterson that he would take as many bodies as we could get for him. And when we got one, he always told us to get more. There was commonly another person with him of the name of blank. They generally pressed us to get more bodies for them. To whom were the bodies so murdered sold? To Dr. X. We took the bodies to his rooms in blank blank, and then went to his house to receive money for them. Sometimes he paid us himself. Sometimes we were paid by his assistants. No questions were ever asked as to the mode in which we had come by the bodies. We had nothing to do but to leave the body at the rooms and go and get money. Did you ever, upon any occasion, sell a body or bodies to any other lecturer in this place? Never. We knew no other. You have been a resurrectionist, as it is called, I understand? No, neither Hare nor myself ever got a body from a churchyard. All we sold were murdered, save the first one, which was that of the woman who died a natural death in Hare's house. We began with that. Our crimes then commenced. The victims we selected were generally elderly persons. They could be more easily disposed of than persons in the vigor of health. Such are the disclosures which this wretched man has made, under circumstances which can scarcely fail to give them weight with the public. Before a question were put to him concerning the crimes he had been engaged in, he was solemnly reminded of the duty incumbent upon him, situated as he is, to banish from his mind every feeling of animosity toward Hare, on account of the evidence which the latter gave at the trial. He was told that a dying man, covered with guilt and without hope, except in the infinite mercy of Almighty God, through our blessed Redeemer, the Lord Jesus Christ, he who stood so much in need of forgiveness must prepare himself to seek it by forgiving from his heart all who had done him wrong. And he was emphatically adjured to speak the truth, and nothing but the truth, without any attempt either to palliate his own iniquities or to implicate Hare more deeply than facts warranted. Thus admonished and thus warned, he answered the several interrogations in the terms above stated, declaring at the same time, upon the word of a dying man, that everything he had said was true, and that he had in no respect exaggerated or extenuated anything, either from a desire to inculpate Hare or to spare anyone else. End of chapter 45. An interview with Burke in prison.
Chapter 46 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The History of Burke and Hare is by George MacGregor. Chapter 46, Appendix, Confession of Bishop and Williams, the London Burkers. The following are the confessions of Bishop and Williams, the London Burkers, an account of whose case is given in Chapter 41. They were emitted in presence of the Undersheriff on the 4th of December, 1831, the day before their execution. Quote, I, John Bishop, do hereby declare and confess that the boy supposed to be the Italian boy was a Lincolnshire boy. I and Williams took him to my house about 10:30 on the Thursday night, the 3rd of November, from the Bell in Smithfield. He walked home with us. Williams promised to give him some work. Williams went with him from the Bell to the Old Bailey watering house, whilst I went to the Fortune of War. Williams came from the Old Bailey watering house to the Fortune of War for me, leaving the boy standing at the corner of the court by the watering house at the Old Bailey. I went directly with Williams to the boy, and we walked then all three to Nova Scotia Gardens, taking a pint of stout at a public house near Holloway Lane, Shoreditch, on our way, of which we gave the boy a part. We only stayed just to drink it, and walked on to my house, where we arrived about 11 o'clock. My wife and children and Mrs. Williams were not gone to bed, so we put him in the privy and told him to wait there for us. Williams went in and told them to go to bed, and I stayed in the garden. Williams came out directly, and we both walked out of the garden a little way to give time for the family getting to bed. We returned in about 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour, and listened outside the window to ascertain whether the family were gone to bed. All was quiet, and we went then to the boy in the privy and took him into the house. We lighted a candle and gave the boy some bread and cheese, and after he had eaten, we gave him a cup full of rum, with about half a small phial of laudanum in it. I had bought the rum that same evening at the 3 Tons in Smithfield, and the laudanum also in small quantities at different shops. There was no water or other liquid put in the cup with the rum and laudanum. The boy drank the contents of the cup directly in 2 draughts, and afterwards a little beer. In about 10 minutes he fell asleep on a chair on which he sat, and I removed him from the chair to the floor and laid him on his side. We then went out and left him there. We had a quartern of gin and a pint of beer at the Feathers, near Shoreditch Church, and then went home again, having been away from the boy about 20 minutes. We found him asleep as we had left him. We took him directly, asleep and insensible, into the garden, and tied a cord to his feet to enable us to put him up by, and I then took him in my arms and let him slide from them headlong into the well in the garden, whilst Williams held the cord to prevent the body going altogether too low in the well. He was nearly wholly in the water in the well, his feet just above the surface. Williams fastened the other end of the cord round the paling to prevent the body getting beyond our reach. The boy struggled a little with his arms and his legs in the water. The water bubbled for a minute. We waited till these symptoms were past, and then went in, and afterwards I think we went out and walked down Shoreditch to occupy the time, and in about 3/4 of an hour we returned and took him out of the well by pulling him by the cord attached to his feet. We undressed him in the paved yard, rolled his clothes up, and buried them where they were found by the witness who produced them. We carried the boy into the wash-house, laid him on the floor, and covered him over with a bag. We left him there and went and had some coffee in Old Street Road, and then, a little before 2 on the morning of Friday, went back to the house. We immediately doubled the body up and put it into a box, which we corded so that nobody might open it to see what was in it, and then went again and had some more coffee in the same place in Old Street Road, where we stayed a little while, and then went home to bed, both in the same house, and to our own beds as usual. We slept till about 10 o'clock on Friday morning, when we got up, took breakfast together with the family, and then went both of us to Smithfield, to the Fortune of War. We had something to eat and drink there. In about half an hour, May came in. I knew May, but had not seen him for about a fortnight before. He had some rum with me at the bar, Williams remaining in the tap room. The condemned man then described the movements of himself and Williams and May during that day, in course of which they were principally occupied in visiting public houses, though they called upon 2 lecturers on anatomy and offered them the body, but were refused. At the Fortune of War we drank something again, and then about 6 o'clock we all 3 went in the chariot to Nova Scotia Gardens. We went into the wash-house, where I uncorded the trunk and showed May the body. He asked, "How are the teeth?" I said I had not looked at them. Williams went and fetched a broad awl from the house, and May took it and forced the teeth out. It is the constant practice to take the teeth out first, because if the body be lost, the teeth are saved. After the teeth were taken out, we put the body in a bag and took it to the chariot. May and I carried the body, and Williams got first into the coach, and then assisted in pulling the body in. The rest of this part of the confession is simply a record of having something to drink and visiting lecturers who refused to purchase the body. It concludes with an account of the apprehension of the men at St. Bartholomew's Hospital with the body in their possession. In addition to this confession of the murder of the boy, Bishop made this further statement, quote, "I declare that this statement is all true and that it contains all the facts so far as I can recollect. May knew nothing of the murder, and I do not believe he suspected that I had got the body except in the usual way and after the death of it. I always told him I got it from the ground, and he never knew to the contrary until I confessed to Mr. Williams, a clergyman, since the trial. I have known May as a body snatcher for 4 or 5 years, but I do not believe he ever obtained a body except in the common course of men in the calling, by stealing from the graves. I also confess that I and Williams were concerned in the murder of a female, whom I believe to have been since discovered as Fanny Pigburn, on or about the 9th of October last. I and Williams saw her sitting about 11 or 12 o'clock at night on the step of a door in Shoreditch, near the church. She had a child 4 or 5 years old on her lap. I asked her why she was sitting there. She said she had no home to go to, for her landlord had turned her out into the street. I told her that she might go home with us and sit by the fire all night. She said she would go with us, and she walked with us to my house in Nova Scotia Gardens, carrying her child with her. When we got there, we found the family abed, and we took the woman in and lighted a fire, by which we all sat down together. I went out for beer, and we all took beer and rum. I had brought the rum from Smithfield in my pocket, and the woman and her child lay down on some dirty linen on the floor, and I and Williams went to bed. About 6 o'clock next morning, I and Williams told her to go away and to meet us at the London Apprentice in Old Street Road at 1 o'clock. This was before our families were up. She met us again at 1 o'clock at the London Apprentice without her child. We gave her some halfpence and beer and desired her to meet us again at 10 o'clock at night at the same place. After this, we bought rum and laudanum at different places, and at 10 o'clock we met the woman again at the London Apprentice. She had no child with her. We drank 3 pints of beer between us and stayed there about an hour. We would have stayed there longer, but an old man came in, whom the woman said she knew, and she said she did not like him to see her there with anybody. We therefore all went out. It rained hard, and we took shelter under a doorway in the Hackney Road for about an hour. We then walked to Nova Scotia Gardens, and Williams and I led her into No. 2, an empty house adjoining my house. We had no light. Williams stepped into the garden with the rum and laudanum, which I had handed to him, and there he mixed them together in a half-pint bottle, and came into the house to me and the woman, and gave her the bottle to drink. She drank the whole at 2 or 3 draughts. There was a quartern of rum, and about half a phial of laudanum. She sat down the step between 2 rooms in the house and went off to sleep in about 10 minutes. She was falling back. I caught her to save her fall, and she laid back on the floor. Then Williams and I went to the public house, got something to drink, and in about half an hour came back to the woman. We took her cloak off, tied the cord to her feet, carried her to the well in the garden, and thrust her in it headlong. She struggled very little afterwards, and the water bubbled a little at the top. We fastened the end to the palings to prevent her going down beyond our reach, and left her and took a walk to Shoreditch and back in about half-hour. We left the woman in the well for this length of time, that the rum and laudanum might run out of the body at the mouth. On our return, we took her out of the well, cut her clothes off, put them down the privy of the empty house, carried the body into the wash-house of my own house, where we doubled it up and put it into a hair box, which we corded and left there. We did not go to bed, but went to Shields, a street porter's house in Eagle Street, Red Lion Square, and called him up. This was between 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning. We went with Shields to a public house near the Sessions House, Clerkenwell, and had some gin, and from thence to my house, where we went in and stayed a little while to wait the change of the police. I told Shields he was to carry the trunk to St. Thomas's Hospital. He asked if there was a woman in the house who could walk alongside of him so that people might not take any notice. Williams called his wife up and asked her to walk with Shields and to carry the hat box which he gave her to carry. There was nothing in it, but it was tied up as if there were. We then put the box with the body on Shields' head and went to the hospital, Shields and Mrs. Williams walking on one side of the street, and I and Williams on the other. At St. Thomas's Hospital I saw Mr. South's footman, and sent him upstairs to Mr. South to ask if he wanted a subject. The footman brought me word that his master wanted one, but could not give an answer till the next day, as he had not time to look at it. During this interview, Shields, Williams, and his wife were waiting at the public house. I then went alone to Mr. Appleton at Mr. Granger's anatomical theatre, and agreed to sell it to him for 8 guineas, and afterwards I fetched it from St. Thomas's Hospital, and took it to Mr. Appleton, who paid me £5 then, and the rest on the following Monday. After receiving the £5, I went to Shields and Williams and his wife at the public house, when I paid Shields 10 shillings for his trouble, and we then all went to the Flower Pot in Bishopgate, where we had something to drink, and then went home. I never saw the woman's child after the first time before mentioned. She said she had left the child with a person she had taken some of her things to before her landlord took her goods. The woman murdered did not tell us her name. She said her age was 35, I think, and that her husband, before he died, was a cabinet maker. She was thin, rather tall, and very much marked with the smallpox. I also confessed the murder of a boy who told us his name was Cunningham. It was a fortnight after the murder of the woman. I and Williams found him sleeping about 11 or 12 o'clock at night on Friday the 21st of October, I think, under the pig boards in the pig market in Smithfield. Williams woke him and asked him to come along with him, Williams, and the boy walked with Williams and me to my house in Nova Scotia Gardens. We took him into my house and gave him some warm beer, sweetened with sugar, with rum and laudanum in it. He drank 2 or 3 cups full and then fell asleep in a little chair belonging to one of my children. We laid him on the floor and went out for a little while and got something to drink, and then returned, carried the boy to the well and threw him into it in the same way as we served the other boy and the woman. He died instantly in the well, and we left him there a little while to give time for the mixture we had given him to run out of the body. We then took the boy from the well, took off his clothes in the garden, and buried them there. The body we carried into the wash-house and put it into the same box and left it there till the next evening, when we got a porter to carry it with us to St. Bartholomew's Hospital, where I sold it to Mr. Smith for 8 guineas. This boy was about 10 or 11 years old, said his mother lived in Kent Street, and that he had not been home for a 12-month and better. I solemnly declare that these were all the murders in which I have been concerned, or that I know anything of. That I and Williams were alone concerned in these, and that no other person whatever knew anything about either of them, and that I do not know whether there are others who practice the same mode of obtaining bodies for sale. I know nothing of any Italian boy, and was never concerned in or knew of the murder of such a boy. Until the transactions before set forth, I never was concerned in obtaining a subject, by the destruction of the living. I have followed the course of obtaining a livelihood as a body snatcher for 12 years, and have obtained and sold, I think, from 500 to 1,000 bodies. But I declare before God that they were all obtained after death, and that with the above exceptions I am ignorant of any murder for that or any other purpose." End quote. Williams, whose proper name was Thomas Head, confirmed the confession given above as altogether true. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of the History of Burke and Hare and of the Resurrectionist Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The History of Burke and Hare by George MacGregor. Appendix, Songs and Ballads. The following songs and ballads were published at the time the news of the Westport tragedies was agitating the people of Scotland. They are rude and unpoetical for the most part, but they are fairly representative of a very extensive class, in which the feelings of the common people are not unfaithfully mirrored. Rhymes. On reading the trial of William Burke and Helen MacDougall for murder, 24th December, 1828. An expostulation. Thou canst not say I did it. Ah, canst thou with cold indifference see the hand of execration point to thee? Canst thou, unmoved, bear a whole nation's cry, to cleanse thyself from the polluted sty of Burke and Hare and all that fiendish crew, who for mere gain their fellow mortals slew, and sold to thee, as thou hast not denied, such bodies as by students were descried, ne'er to have been interred, nay, bore, some say, strong marks of life, by violence reft away. And thou didst not attempt the truth to find, though oft it must have flashed across thy mind, but with a reckless carelessness received whate'er was brought, and any lie believed, told by the gang whose very forms do show they would not tell thee aught thou didst not know, or shouldst have known, if true thy science says that marks of death by murder anyways may well be seen, when the dissecting knife opens all the sure and secret seats of life. Art thou a Scotsman? Then haste to prove that patriotic feelings can thy bosom move. Haste to wipe out the stain thy country shares, while such a stigma fair Edina bears. Art thou a son of science? Quickly then show she does not make brutes of lecturing men. Art thou a father? Then thy child may plead to cleanse thyself from this unholy deed. Art thou a husband? Ask thine honest wife if 'twere not better to descend in life than traffic with the basest, vilest band, and thus for blanks soon's the deed is planned. A ready market keep and hide away an old tea-box, that's all which you can say. Art thou a Christian? Thinkest thou not this avails with him on high, who with unerring scales weighs all the thoughts and words and deeds of men, and searches through even the soul's inmost ken? If this dread argument will not prevail, naught can thy cold obdurate heart assail. Yes, time misspent, and surely worse than vain, 'tis to attempt to rouse, by my poor strain, the proud rich man, hedged round by many a friend, whose voice the applause of 100 youths attend. If his own conscience will not wake and cry, assert thine innocence, reply to all the accusations lately raised 'gainst thy fair fame, till even blank has gazed, and gazed in vain to see thee blank come forth, armed with thy blank, and thy blank. Ceter desunt. William Burke. O Burke, cruel man, how detested thy name is! Thy dark deeds of blood are a stain on our times. O savage, relentless, forever infamous, long, long will the world remember thy crimes. Thrice 10 human beings, weep all you who hear it, were caught in his snares and caught in his den. the shades of thy victims may elude thy vile spirit, O Burke, cruel monster, thou basest of men. The weary, the old, and the wayfaring stranger were wooed by his kindness and led to his door. But little knew they that the path led to danger. Oh, little knew they that their wanderings were o'er. Little knew they that the beams of the morning, to wake them to brightness, would shine all in vain. And little their friend knew, who watched their returning, that they were ne'er more to return back again. Oh, gather the bones of the murdered together, and give them a grave in some home of the dead, that their poor weeping friends with sad hearts may go thither, and shed tears of sorrow above their cold bed. Ye great men of learning, ye friends of dissection, who travelled through blood to the temple of gain, and bright human life for your hateful inspection, oh, give the poor friends the white bones of the slain. But woe to the riches and skill thus obtained! Woe to the wretch that would injure the dead! And woe to his portion whose fingers are stained with the red drops of life that he cruelly shed. Though Burke has been doomed to expire on the gallows, the vilest that ever dishonored the tree, yet some may survive him whose hearts are as callous. Oh, who will be safe if the tigers be free? Let none e'er reside in the crime-marked dwellings, forever disgraced by Burke and by Hare. May the cold damp of horror lie dark in their ceilings, and their pale, ghastly walls still be dismal and bare. Let their guilt and their doom speak of nothing but terror, some dark deeds of blood to the stranger declare, and ages to come ever mark them with horror, for the ghosts of the murdered will still gather there. Elegiac lines written on the tragical murder of poor daft Jamie. Attendance give, whilst I relate how poor daft Jamie met his fate. 'Twill make your hair stand on your head, as I unfold the horrid deed. That hellish monster William Burke, like Reynard sneaking on the lurk, coy-ducked his prey into his den, and then the woeful work began. "Come, Jamie, drink a glass wi' me, and I'll gang wi' ye in a wee, to seek your mither in the toun. Come, drink, man, drink, and set ye doon." "Nay, I'll no drink wi' ye the noo, for if I div 'twill make me fu'. Touch, man, a wee will do ye good. 'Twill cheer your heart and warm your bluid." At last he took the fatal glass, not dreaming what would come to pass. When once he drank, he wanted more, till drunk he fell upon the floor. "Now," said the assassin, "now we may seize on him as our lawful prey." "Wait, wait," said Hare, "ye greedy ass, he's yet too strong, let's take a glass." Like some unguarded gem he lies, the vulture wants to seize his prize, nor does he dream he's in his power, till it has seized him to devour. The ruffian dogs, the hellish pair, the villain Burke, the meagre Hare, impatient with their prize to win, so to their smothering pranks begin. Burke cast himself on Jamie's face, and clasped him in his foul embrace. But Jamie, waking in surprise, writhed in an agony to rise. At last, with nerves unstrung before, he threw the monster to the floor. And though alarmed and weakened too, he would have soon o'ercome the foe. But help was near, for it Burke cried, and soon his friend was at his side. Hare tripped up Jamie's heels, and o'er he fell, alas, to rise no more. Now both these bloodhounds him engage, as hungry tigers filled with rage, nor did they handle axe or knife, to take away daft Jamie's life. No sooner done than in a chest they crammed this lately welcomed guest, and bore him into Surgeon Square, a subject fresh, a victim rare. And soon he's on the table laid, exposed to the dissecting blade, and where his members now may lay is not for me or you to say. But this I'll say, some thoughts did rise, it filled the students with surprise, and so short time did intervene since Jamie on the streets was seen. But though his body is destroyed, his soul can never be decoyed from that celestial state of rest, where he, I trust, is with the blest. Mrs. Wilson's lamentation on hearing of the cruel murder of her son. "Why didst thou wander from my side? my joy, my treasure, and my pride. Though others little thought of thee, thou wert a treasure dear to me. I little thought when thee I left, so soon of thee to be bereft, or that when after me you sought, you would by ruffian men be caught. Thy playful manners filled with joy the aged sire and sportive boy. Of real joy you had enough, when you could give or take a snuff. The tricks you played with childish art bound you closer to my heart. Thy kindness to thy mother proved how dearly she by thee was loved. What horrid monsters were these men who lured thee to their fatal den, that den whose deeds as yet untold were done for sake of sordid gold. But they alone were not to blame, for when these dauntless monsters came with human creatures scarcely cold, the doctors took them, we were told. Nor did they leave the doctor's door without an order to bring more. But justice, stern aloud doth cry, let all who wink at murder die. And justice shall to me be done on all who murdered my poor son. I'll make an appeal to Britain's king, that one and all of them may swing. But that will not restore my son, or remedy the mischief done. He murdered is, no peace I have, I shall go mourning to my grave. Daft Jamie. The following is a chapbook version of the ballad quoted at pages 205 and 6. Oh, dark was the midnight when Hare fled away. Not a star in the sky gave him one cheering ray. But still now and then would the blue lightnings glare, and some strange cries assailed him, like shrieks of despair. Over vale, over hill, I will watch thee for ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings, and follow thee still. But lo, as the savage ran down the wild glen, for no place did he fear like the dwellings of men, where the heath lay before him all dismal and bare, the ghost of Daft Jamie appeared to him there. Over vale, over hill, I will watch thee for ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings, and follow thee still. I am come, said the shade, from the land of the dead, though there is for Jamie no grass-covered bed. Yet I'm come to remind you of deeds that are past, and to tell you that justice will find you at last. Over vale, over hill, I will watch for thee ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings, and follow thee still. O Hare, thou hast been a dark demon of blood, but vengeance shall chase thee o'er field and o'er flood. Though you fly away from the dwellings of men, the shades of thy victims shall rise in thy den. Over vale, over hill, I will watch thee for ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings, and follow thee still. When nights fall on the world, oh, how can you sleep? In your dreams do you ne'er see my poor mother weep? Sadly she wept, but oh, long shall she mourn, ere poor wandering Jamie from the grave shall return. Over vale, over hill, I will watch thee for ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings, and follow thee still. From the grave did I say, and though calm is the bed where slumber is dreamless, the home of the dead, where friends may lament, their sorrow may be, yet no grave rises as green as the world for me. Over vale, over hill, I will watch thee for ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings, and follow thee still. O Hare, go to shelter thy fugitive head in some land that is not of the living or dead. For the living against thee may justly combine, and the dead must despise such a spirit as thine. Over vale, over hill, I will watch thee for ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings, and follow thee still. O Hare, fly away, but this world cannot be the place of abode to a demon like thee. There is gall in your heart, poison is in your breath, and the glare of your eyes is as fearful as death. Over vale, over hill, I will watch thee for ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings, and follow thee still. When the blue lightnings flashed through the glen, and it shone, and there rose a wild cry, and there heaved a deep groan, as the ghost of the innocent boy disappeared, but his shrieks down the glen in the night breeze were heard. Over vale, over hill, I will watch thee for ill. I will haunt all thy wanderings, and follow thee still. The Resurrectionists. In number 29 of the Emmet, an old Glasgow periodical, published on Saturday, 18th October 1823, is the following. The Resurrectionists, a tale in blind Alec verse, humbly inscribed to the editor of the Glasgow Chronicle, printed for John Smith, 25 Gallowgate. Original. This elegant poem was put into our hands as we were going to press, so we must be excused for passing it over more slightly than such a performance deserves. In fact, we have only room for a single extract. It opens as follows, in a style which leaves Lewis and Radcliffe and all our writers on the horrible far in the rear. John Stark himself, with his Thesaurus of Horror, never penned anything so deliciously frightful. 'Twas a cold winter night, and dark was the clouds, and the dead men lay quietly still in their shrouds. The worms revelled sweetly their eye-holes among. It was a rout night, and there was a great throng. Some fed upon brains, others fed upon liver. Had we e'er such a feast? All cried out. Oh no, never. We suspect our readers will think we have given them enough of this feast. If they pant for more of it, let them turn to the work itself. More disgusting trash never emanated from the press. Blind Alec is a Milton compared with the blockhead who would sit down and pen such a mass of loathsomeness. Lord preserve us from this imitator of blind Alec. Some heads replete with strange bombastic stuff think words when they rhymed poetical enough. The Lament. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Genesis 9:6. Bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. Psalm 55:23. Depart from me therefore, ye bloody men. Psalm 134:19. Now thou Son of Man, wilt thou judge the bloody city? Ezekiel 22:2. The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. Genesis 4:10. O woe for bonny Scotland, for murder is abroad, and we must flee for refuge to an avenging God. For we have seen that law alone can do us little good, as it has let 3 demons loose to work mair deeds of blood. Ye bloody fiends, ye hellish fiends, dare ye here yet be seen with the mark of blood upon your brows and murder in your een? O woe for my ain Scotland, for thou art now the land chosen for such deeds of darkness as man before ne'er planned. Alas for Mary Patterson, cut off in her young days, with our sins upon her, and in her wicked ways, while steeped in drunk stupidity and overcome by sleep, on his devoted victim Burke took the dreadful leap. But alas for the old woman, enticed to revelry, under the mask of country kindness, by a Judas for his fee, that he might sell her body when he had done the deed, and with the price of human blood his loathsome carcass feed. Ohan for poor daft Jamie, whom we shall miss away, in his own happy idiocy, so good-natured and gay. O who shall cheer the mother for the want of her poor boy, by simpleness the more endeared to her, her only joy? But our all-gracious Maker will surely look down on this detested murder with all his powerful frown. In search of his dear mother, Burke found him wandering then, and for to see his parent was lured to Hare's dread den, where he was plied with liquor, and by all coaxings pressed, till he was quite o'erpowered, and laid him down to rest. The 2 fell fiends they watched then, until he soundly slept. Then Hare upon his destined prey with murderous purpose crept, and having fastened on him, Hare strove his life to take, which recalled his long-lost reason, and did his senses wake. He shook the butcher free from him, and seeing no help there, he fought with all the frenzy of madness and despair. His cowardly assassin did crouch beneath his blows, and called on Burke his comrade to give the murderous close. They two, conjoined together, deprived him of his life, but not before he left them marks of the desperate strife. In his tremendous struggle, though weakened much by drink, He showed how men do fight for life when on death's dreadful brink. His body, it is said, if true, let those who bought beware, was sold to an anatomist, and some one did declare, when it lay on his table for the dissecting knife, that it was poor deaf Jamie, whom he saw strong in life but yesterday. And more 'twas strange, as all knew passing well, he was a stout and hearty youth. The rest I may not tell, but loudly it's been whispered that damning marks of strife showed clear that death by violence had twined him of his life. 'Tis told that then the body was laid in spirit strong to remove all such suspicions and hide the cruel wrong. If so, O righteous Heaven, to thee we look for aid, nor will thy kindling anger be longer much delayed. Thou art the poor's avenger, the idiot's only guard, the childless mother's helper, the good man's high reward. To thee then we are looking to appease the cry of blood, which runs throughout our city like a portentous flood. And we do hold thy promise, we shall not look in vain, for whoso sheddeth man's blood, he surely shall be slain. End of chapter 47. End of the History of Burke and Hare and the Resurrectionist Times, by George MacGregor.